Chapter 13:24. Fong Ping flew directly toward the hole in the sky. When he had just flown up, Fong Ping's gaze suddenly froze. What did he see? Where was this? Above the hole, it was no longer the small, illusory world below. This place was just as he had imagined. There was still a world outside. Majestic, majestic. The buildings were all connected into one. Countless buildings. There were people. Yes, people. Fong Ping saw people. At this moment, Fong Ping was a little dazed. Was this a mystic realm, an origin world, or an illusory world? Where was this? On his shoulder, the cat's eyes widened, muttering, "Heavenly realm!" Heavenly realm. Fong Ping saw heavenly realm. The buildings stretched for countless miles, surrounded by clouds and mist. It was truly like an existence in the celestial world. Was this heavenly realm? At this moment, his heart palpitated. In the next moment, a hand instantly grabbed toward Fong Ping. This time, it was not confused by Fong Ping. At the same time, Fong Ping suddenly felt something and looked up. In the sky above this world, there was a sun suspended immortal source? No, that was a seed. Fong Ping's gaze was dull. A seed as huge as the sun. Was it a seed? Those who did not know would not think that it was a seed. However, Fong Ping knew something. Hence, the moment he ruled out the immortal source, he thought of a seed. The two ends were slightly sharp, and the middle was bulging. Perhaps it looked like a silkworm baby? Was that a seed? Fong Ping looked up. In the next moment, Fong Ping suddenly realized that he had been slightly affected. He had almost forgotten that he was in danger. Without another word, Fong Ping turned around and dashed down. Below, just as Hong Yu and the rest were about to attack, they suddenly scattered in all directions. Run! An incomparably huge and powerful hand slapped down from the hole. Fong Ping, this bastard, was really crazy. Li Zhu and Hong Yu wanted to cry now. Can I give it to you? Can I give you the token? Let us go. Let's go together. If we kill each other like this, we might all die. What's the point? Fong Ping did not care what they thought. This was too much. I wanted this token, and I even exchanged it with you. How dare you not give it to me? Not only did you not give it to me, you even wanted to kill me and broke the cat's tail. This enmity was too great. Fong Ping looked around. Without saying a word, he flew towards Heavenly King Yi, who was running the slowest. You're the weakest, but you still dare to surround and kill me. Was he courting death? Leaves? Are leaves useful now? This big hand didn't even let him go. Clearly, the rules were stricter than before. Could he dodge it? Heavenly King Yi cursed in his heart when he saw Fong Ping charging towards him. And then he turned around and ran. In front of him, Tianji and Sheng Hong, who were resisting the power of the rules, cursed and fled frantically when they saw him flying in their direction. In the sky, an even more powerful palm came crashing down. When the two of them saw the situation, how could they have the slightest bit of hope? Run. If they didn't run and were caught by this hand, they would definitely be crushed. They were not the only ones. Fong Ping felt that he would be crushed as well. The strength of this hand had vaguely reached the strength of the hand that crushed Celestial Emperor Batian previously. Even if there was a difference, the difference wouldn't be too big. Previously, when the Celestial Arch broke through to 8, he was crushed. With Fong Ping's strength, he would definitely be crushed. Fong Ping howled and roared. "E, son of a B***, don't run. How dare you attack me? You've got guts. Come on, let's die together." Heavenly King Yi cursed in anger. "I don't believe you." Fong Ping had the teleportation token, so it didn't lose its effect. At the critical moment, he ran away, and he was killed by the rule's hand. He wasn't an idiot. Hong Yu and the others had also considered this point. They were not willing to take this palm with Fong Ping at all. Otherwise, Hong Yu still had some confidence in taking it. However, if he took it, he would be seriously injured. Fong Ping would run away. Was there any use? If Fong Ping was killed and he was seriously injured, he would be happy. Heavenly King Yi's running speed wasn't slow either. Seeing that Fong Ping was about to be grabbed by the big hand, he suddenly roared. In the next moment, Fong Ping's voice came into the God Creation Envoy's ears. Hold King Kuen for a moment. The God Creation Envoy subconsciously erupted, instantly freezing King Kuen. In an instant, he had already proven his mentality, so he was stronger than King Kuen. It was very short, so short. Under normal circumstances, it was nothing. King Kuen's eyes were slightly dull, but he wasn't anxious at first. However, in the next moment, King Kuen woke up. King Kuen roared angrily. Before he could finish cursing, he reached out and grabbed the God Creation Envoy's arm, roaring, "Come at me together!" Bastard! Fong Ping was here. Fong Ping was right beside him. His speed was frightening, and he was about to run behind him. Obviously, Heavenly King Yi had run away. Fong Ping felt that King Kuen was not bad to block the spear. He let the God Creation Envoy block King Kuen and let King Kuen block the saber. King Kuen was about to explode in anger, but it was too late to dodge. Not only did he grab the God Creation Envoy, one of his legs suddenly became extremely long, blocking in front of Fong Ping in an instant. *CKU, come at me too. Hurt each other, who's afraid of who? Bang! Fong Ping's speed was too fast, and he couldn't dodge in time. With a bang, he hit his thigh. In the next moment, the big hand grabbed him directly. The three of them were all within the coverage area. Fong Ping's entire body erupted with force, and a large amount of blood gushed out, covering himself and the cat. The God Creation Envoy roared, not leaving. At this time, Fong Ping still didn't choose to leave the battlefield. Fong Ping was too lazy to reply. Why would he leave? It was not that he didn't want to leave, but the moment the big hand approached, he sensed that the power of the teleportation rule was covered and blocked. Unlucky. He didn't expect the power of the big hand to be able to block this teleportation force. He could only resist now. Fong Ping also felt that he wouldn't die. With three powerhouses carrying it together, what was there to be afraid of? Moreover, the current Fong Ping didn't want to leave yet. He wanted to continue, snatching vitality here. The big cat seemed to be forging jade bones soon. The opportunity was rare. If it was any other time, if he didn't cultivate for 1,000 or 800 years, where would he get so much vitality? That was still him, and there were even fewer others. Fong Ping didn't leave. The God Creation Envoy gritted his teeth and threw the Earthly Emperor's avatar on his body to King Kuen. King Kuen's face was frighteningly livid. Without saying a word, he kicked out, sending the fake Earthly Emperor's avatar flying. The direction of the kick was not Fong Ping, because if he kicked Fong Ping, the explosive force would still be here. He glanced at it and kicked directly in the direction of Heavenly King Yi. This bastard ran away and caused trouble for himself. If he didn't screw him, who would he screw? Share some of the pressure for himself. As for the one who was kicked by his own father, he didn't care. It wasn't real, it was just fake, so he kicked it. Even if it was real, his father should understand him at this moment. The fake Earthly Emperor shot out, instantly exploding behind Heavenly King Yi. A powerful force of the rule exploded at the same time. In front, Heavenly King Yi roared, all the vitality force in his body erupting. The leaves exploded directly, the flesh on his back exploding. In the blink of an eye, a golden skeleton appeared. Hong Kuen! Heavenly King Yi roared. At this time, he was still screwing his own people. This guy was also black-hearted. Hong Kuen didn't treat him as one of his own people at all. What own people? If he was really one of his own people, why couldn't he give me a piece of your leaves? He was also a guy with a conspiracy. Early on, when this guy lured them here, he didn't believe in Heavenly King Yi. Now who else would he screw over? And on Fong Ping's side, an even more powerful force erupted. Bang! Flesh and blood exploded. Creak! His bones seemed to be hammered. making Fong Ping dizzy and in extreme pain. Meow. The gray cat seemed to be in extreme pain, screaming. The most miserable one was Tai Tu. At this moment, he still had the mood to curse. I shouldn't have forged jade bones. How regretful. If he had forged jade bones, then so be it. He should have escaped earlier. Why did he have to follow Fong Ping? Now he was so miserable. The jade bones couldn't take it anymore and were cracking. After all, he was not a heavenly king powerhouse. Shut up! Fong Ping shouted angrily. He knew that Tai too couldn't take it. In fact, he had borne more than 60% of the pressure. The gray cat had borne 30%. This guy had only borne 10% of the pressure. What was he shouting for? They were miserable here. On the other side, King Kuin's flesh had exploded before and had not recovered. Now he suffered another heavy blow. A half-jade skeleton appeared. The god creation envoy was not much better. A divine weapon jade bones appeared. A group of skeletons appeared. In the blink of an eye, a group of skeletons was created in this place. Rumble. The sound of explosions was endless. It had no intention of stopping. King Kuin turned into a skeleton and felt that something was wrong. In the next moment, he was furious and roared, "Throw away that fake avatar!" The gray cat was still carrying a fake avatar. No wonder the power of the rule continued. With so many people resisting it together, they still suffered a heavy blow. It seemed like it was not over yet. King Kuin was furious. Did he not want his life anymore? If you don't want it, I still want it. If this thing was not destroyed, the power of the rule would not dissipate. Sooner or later, they would be killed by this continuous power of the rule. Fong Ping would not throw it away, even if he was beaten to death. He asked the gray cat, "Have you forged jade bones?" Meow. No. The gray cat screamed. It was also badly mutilated. This guy actually did not become a skeleton cat. Its flesh and blood were terrifyingly strong. King Kuin and the others had become skeletons. It was just badly mutilated. This cat's tens of thousands of years of cultivation was not a joke. Of course, it was also related to Fong Ping withstanding a lot of pressure. Then, hold on a little longer. Fong Ping roared. Did he not start a war with these guys to reap some benefits and let these people help share the pressure? It was not enough for King Kuin to help share the pressure now. It seemed like the power of the rule was still continuing. At this moment, Fong Ping looked at the god creation envoy and roared, "You attack Hong Kuin and let him move with us. Go find Li Zhu and Hong Yu and share the pressure together." Before the god creation envoy could move, King Kuin roared, "Attack your ancestors! I will walk on my own. Go find them." He was mentally unbalanced. This was not his fault. It was Hong Yu, Li Zhu, and Fong Ping who were fighting. He was really wronged. Now that he was withstanding the pressure and being bombarded by the power of the rule, he was unhappy that the two of them had run away. Of course, it was not just pure unhappiness. Although Hong Yu was his younger brother, in this situation he, Fong Ping, and the god creation envoy were all heavily injured. However, the two of them were not seriously injured. Hong Kuin would not entrust his life to his younger brother. He had to seriously injure them too. Everyone would be injured together. Only then would their safety be guaranteed. If they were to be injured, everyone would be injured together. Why were they the only ones injured? With this thought in mind, how could he still use the god crafting envoy to attack him? He directly followed Fong Ping and ran, flying towards Hong Yu and Li Zhu. Everyone was unlucky so that they would not be injured even more seriously by the god crafting envoy. In the distance, Hong Yu's head was about to explode. He could not even say anything to his big brother. At the critical moment, he actually rushed over with Fong Ping and the others. Hong Kuin, hold Fong Ping and the others back for a while. Seriously injure them. After killing them later, I will definitely not attack you. He knew what his big brother was thinking. He was worried that he would kill him. But now he really did not have the mood to do so. If he wanted to kill someone, he would kill Fong Ping. Hong Kuan was too lazy to reply. It would be strange if he believed him. In this world, he could only trust himself. He would not trust anyone easily. His little life was still in his hands. The three of them exerted their strength together, attacking Hong Yu in an instant. Hong Yu escaped, but the God creation envoy's mentality erupted. So did the cat. Fong Ping was even more straightforward, directly breaking into the origin to cause trouble. On this side, Hong Kuan was not idle either. He blasted out a punch, exploding in front of Hong Yu. In the blink of an eye, Hong Yu, who was blocked, was swept in. The power of the rule erupted. Hong Yu was also extremely sad and angry. He had been tricked by his big brother. In the distance, Heavenly King Yi, who had turned into a skeleton, ran quickly. He could not take it anymore. He could not be dragged in anymore. He subconsciously distanced himself from Li Zhu. That fellow was now everyone's target. As for Li Zhu, while escaping, he shouted, "Destroy the avatar on the cat's body. Quick! We can't let them continue. The cat has forged the jade bones. Fong Ping will definitely continue forging. We're bearing the pressure for them, but they're taking all the benefits. If the avatar is destroyed, the power of the rule will dissipate." Li Zhu was also saving himself. He did not want to be unlucky together. Moreover, there were no benefits if he was unlucky. The benefits were all taken by the cat and the others. Now that the cat was forging the jade bones, Fong Ping might still have to continue later. Li Zhu would not do such a thing. As soon as he said that, King Kuan, who had just tricked his younger brother, grabbed at the cat. Hong Yu did the same, grabbing at the cat in an instant to destroy the avatar. The cat meowed and said angrily, "This is your father." This cat had also learned Fong Ping's tricks. "You want to kill your father too?" The two brothers were exasperated. "This is your father." Creating a fake avatar almost caused them to die. These bastards, each more despicable than the other. These people were fighting in a chaotic battle. In the basilica, on the screen in front of the young man, one of the screens showed a lag, like the surveillance video had become a snowflake. The young man frowned. There was a problem with the earthly sovereign stage. Not only that, even the other stages were shaking now. A large number of powerhouses had gathered in this stage, and none of them were easy to deal with. The young man had no idea what was happening now. More importantly, he was over there. But now, the young man could not even detect Yi's situation. "There's an unforeseen event," the young man frowned. What did these fellows do? Previously, a large number of people had broken through the stages, followed by the chaos. The rule had been activated, and it had even affected his layout. Humph! A muffled groan was heard. In front of the young man, the snowflake screen disappeared directly. The young man's expression changed. Something had happened. After planning for nearly 10,000 years, the roots had penetrated all 13 stages. Now, the roots of the earthly sovereign stage were broken. What did this mean? This meant that the earthly sovereign stage had completely lost control. Damn it! Previously, there was a problem with the Batian Emperor stage, and now it was the same here. That fellow, the fellow who was with the cat. The young man gritted his teeth, feeling a little angry. 2 stages, 2 consecutive stages had some problems, and they were all related to that person. That damn bastard. Just as the young man was fuming, Fong Ping and the others were entangled with each other, fighting continuously. At this moment, the cat roared. Suddenly, it extended its sharp claws as white as jade and scratched Hong Yu's face, howling, "Hit the cat!" Uft! Hong Yu's handsome face was scratched into a sieve instantly. Previously, everyone had turned into skeletons. Hong Yu had entered late, so he had maintained his physical body. Now, his face was disfigured by the scratches. The cat was immensely proud. Bang, bang, bang. On the cat's body, the sound of bones surging could be heard continuously. It said excitedly, "Liar, jade bones, jade bones! Revenge, revenge, hit them!" It was not far from achieving jade bones previously, and now it had really succeeded. Of course, even if it succeeded, the cat had not managed to convert all of its vitality into force at once, and it did not achieve an instantaneous qualitative change in its vitality. In other words, it had not reached its limit of about 16 million calories. Even so, the cat's current explosive power was close to 12 million calories. One swipe of its claws was enough to break 7. The cat was very excited. Its claws swiped at Hongyu again. It was not targeting Hong Kuan. Hong Kuan did not break the cat's tail, but Hongyu did. The cat was very vengeful. It wanted revenge. Uft! The sharp claws tore through the void. Hongyu slashed with his sword, colliding with the cat's claws. With a loud bang, a dazzling spark erupted. At this moment, Fong Ping grabbed the earthly emperor's avatar behind the cat and stuck it to his body, absorbing the vitality crazily. The cat had succeeded. He had to continue. Even if he could not completely forge jade bones, he had to increase the degree of jade bone honing. Not only that, he still had to restore his flesh. After what happened to North King, Fong Ping knew that flesh was also very important. Fong Ping continued to absorb the vitality. On the other side, Li Zhu suddenly stopped running. Seizing the opportunity, he flew over and roared, Are you trying to stay out of this? Destroy the avatar together, or else we'll all be working for Fong Ping. Heavenly King Yi, who was running away, gritted his teeth. That was right. He could not go on like this. He turned around and charged toward Fong Ping. Fong Ping roared, Wait a little longer. I'll leave after I hone my jade bones. Stop messing around. I'll give you benefits after I hone my jade bones. Hongyu, I promised Moon Spirit that after I hone my jade bones and crush them, I'll give them to her. She's your wife. Are you really going to mess things up and not give your wife a chance? Hongyu's movements froze. In the next moment, he roared, Go to hell! This Fong Ping actually used Moon's spirit to fool him. Whether it was true or not, this guy was his enemy. He could not let him succeed in forging. Fong Ping cursed. At this moment, Li Zhu and Heavenly King Yi took the initiative to rush over, besieging Fong Ping again. This time, Fong Ping really could not block them anymore. The earthly emperor's avatar could not hold on any longer. It had absorbed too much vitality. After all, it was fake. It was also on the verge of collapse. At this moment, with a loud bang, the earthly emperor's avatar exploded. Between heaven and earth, the power of the rule paused for a moment. Then it swept up in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the hole in the sky was blocked. The power of the rule dissipated. In the next moment, a figure appeared in the sky. It was a little sluggish. The rule of this place had once again created the projection of the earthly emperor. However, similar to Emperor Batian, it had already become an unconscious robot puppet. Silence. Heaven and earth were silent. Other than the number of people and the addition of a group of skeletons, there seemed to be no difference. As for Fong Ping, his face was full of regret. He did not succeed. The only good thing was that the degree of jade bone honing had increased a lot. It was 85%, not too far off. As for the cat, it had forged jade bones. The God Creation Envoy had also absorbed a lot of vitality. Its bones were brighter than before. There were even some changes to the divine weapon's bones. The battle did not stop. At this time, Tianji and Sheng Hong were also covered in blood, flying over. They surrounded Fong Ping and the others in the middle. Their eyes were burning. In just a short while, everyone had suffered heavy losses. Other than these heavenly kings, the others were all dead. Even the heavenly kings were heavily injured. It was all that bastard Fong Ping's fault. Fong Ping curled his lips. He looked around and panted, Don't force me. If you force me, I will go up and detonate the power of the rule again. I can do it. Everyone, let's talk nicely. Isn't this the heavenly king who didn't die? What's the big deal? Let's talk nicely. Besides, my keepsake is still useful. I can still leave this place. You guys, Fong Ping glanced at the projection of the earthly sovereign in the sky. He seemed to be about to break through the air. The others stopped him instantly. On the other side, the God Creation envoy charged into the sky and smashed the projection of the earthly sovereign into pieces with a slap. He laughed. "You guys can't pass this stage. This projection is very weak. Moreover, you'll probably need to find the keepsake to pass this stage. So if you want to pass, don't move." Li Zhu said coldly, "Kill Fong Ping first." Fong Ping held a keepsake and said speechlessly, "I already said that I can leave. Why don't you believe me? If I leave, you guys might not be able to pass this stage. All right, how about continuing the previous deal? Give me the keepsake and exchange it. How about we pretend that nothing happened just now?" How could he have the cheek to say that? Hong Yu recovered his cheeks that had been scratched by the cat. His face was dark. More than 10 catacombs martial artists had died. They had also suffered serious injuries. Now, Fong Ping actually said that nothing had happened. Fong Ping frowned. He raised his head and said, "God Creation Envoy, take out the fake earthly sovereign avatar again and continue." Everyone's gaze froze. Hong Kuin could not help but say angrily, "There's more." He had had enough. He wanted to leave this damn place. Coupled with his father's avatar and the chaos from earlier, he felt that he was really going to die of anger. Fong Ping curled his lips. "It's not difficult to fake it. If you can make 2, of course, you can make more." Li Zhu said coldly, "I don't believe that you guys are still." In the sky, the God Creation Envoy took out another puppet-like earthly sovereign avatar and looked at Fong Ping in surprise. "How did you know that I like to keep an extra backup?" Fong Ping was embarrassed. "What the hell do I know? I'm just fooling them. You old thing. You actually made 3 of them." King Kuan was exhausted. He looked at Fong Ping and said coldly, "Give me the keepsake to pass." Fong Ping was very easy to talk to. He threw a keepsake over and said, helplessly, "You insisted on coming here. There's no other way. You just happened to meet me. Consider yourself unlucky. You should leave early and break through your stage. There's no need to keep pestering me, is there?" King Kuan was too powerful. If he did not leave, Fong Ping, the God Creation Envoy, would not be able to get away with it, even if he added the Azure Cat. It would be best to send this guy away. King Kuan snorted coldly and cursed in his heart. It would be best if all of them were killed. He hated this place. There was almost no hope of killing Fong Ping. If Fong Ping could not leave this place, he might choose to join forces with Hong Yu and the rest to deal with Fong Ping. Obviously, that was not the case. If that was the case, why should he be beaten up here? He might as well go straight to the next stage. After getting the keepsake, King Kuan did not hesitate at all. He did not give Hong Yu a chance to ask him to stay. He glared at him with an unfriendly gaze and disappeared on the spot instantly. Hong Yu, this guy, he would go and settle it himself. Did he want to continue staying and taking the blame? With this time, he could even break through the stage. The moment before he left, King Kuan seemed to have thought of something and shouted, "How many stages have you broken through?" He was a little regretful. He should have asked clearly. The stages that this bastard broke through were not kind to him at all. Fong Ping seemed to hear something and murmured, "If you go to the North King stage, then I can't do anything about it." The North King hated these 2 brothers very much now. This guy could not be that unlucky, right? Fong Ping secretly prayed for him. If you go to the North King stage, then you can only blame your bad luck. It has nothing to do with me. He was murmuring. Hong Yu seemed to feel something. His expression changed slightly. Was there something wrong with that stage? Damn it. He hoped that there would not be too much trouble. He felt that it might have something to do with him. That was Moon Spirit's father. After King Kuan left, the battle power was balanced again. Cat broke through 7. Cat against Heavenly King Yi. Fong Ping against Li Zhu. God Creation Envoy against Hong Yu. As for Tianji and Sheng Hong, Although they were heavenly kings, their injuries were not light. Fang Ping really did not take them seriously. His defense was invincible. What could these two fellows do to him? Same old, hand it over. Otherwise, don't even think about breaking through today. I will continue to screw you to death. Fang Ping was still strong. He was a little restless. He said, Senior, continue to let the avatar absorb vitality. I think I'm going to forge jade bones and break through 8 soon. As soon as he said that, Hong Yu's eyes shot out golden light. He looked at Fang Ping as if he had seen through him. His expression changed slightly. He was really going to forge jade bones. Right now, Fang Ping looked like a skeleton in his eyes. His bones were glowing with a rich jade color. Perhaps this fellow was really going to be fast. Hong Yu's expression changed. If this continued, they would have to help Fang Ping block the knife and help him forge jade bones. Thinking of this, Hong Yu gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Exchange! Exchange for 5 tokens. He wanted to bring Heavenly King Yi and the rest along, lest they became Fang Ping's shield. As for the benefits of his father, he was not prepared to take it. If he stayed any longer, he would really be tortured to death by this bastard Fang Ping. Fang Ping pursed his lips. Actually, he did not dare to stay here any longer. The power of this round's rule seemed to have changed. He suspected that if he absorbed vitality again, he might unleash the lethality of Breaking 9. However, it was still possible to scare people. Of course, when he saw the God creation envoy in the sky, it seemed like he really wanted to continue trying. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. The old fellow probably wanted to forge jade bones too, and wanted to try again. The key point was that if he unleashed it again, it might be even stronger. If King Kuan ran away, they might not be able to stop him. Fang Ping did not dare to let this old man try again. He hurriedly took out 5 tokens and shouted, You too, hand them over too. Don't try to fake it. I can tell. Let's exchange together. Hong Yu was worried that he would cheat. Fang Ping was worried that they would cheat. Fang Ping said quickly, You guys throw the things further away. How about this? You guys get the tokens and teleport away immediately. I'll go get the things. If I don't teleport you guys away, you can still come back and continue to snatch it. This was a good suggestion. Soon, Li Zhu and Hong Yu glanced at each other, then threw the 2 tokens behind them, very far away. As for Fang Ping, he also threw 5 tokens over. The 5 of them looked at each other and teleported together silently. In the blink of an eye, Li Zhu, Hong Yu, Tianji, and Sheng Hong's figures all disappeared. Heavenly King Yi's figure disappeared halfway and suddenly got stuck. With a bang, he got stuck in the air. Yes, the card came out. Heavenly King Yi was stunned for a moment. In the next moment, he was extremely terrified. He could still get stuck out. He could even get stuck in the teleportation process. I% hashtag at Heavenly King E was about to collapse. In the sky, the God creation envoy was also stunned. He did not expect this. He was convinced by Fang Ping's trick. Heavenly King E was finished. The others had all been teleported away. He was here. If he was not finished, who was? Kill. Still watching. Fang Ping roared. Still watching? What were they looking at? This guy was a pawn of the Dao Tree. How could he let him go? Of course, it was just a try. Who knew if he would succeed? Just consider yourself unlucky. No. Heavenly King Yi's sorrowful and indignant roar resounded in all directions. This was not what he had expected. P.S. Promote the book. The reclusive Big Boss spy novel Old Alley has been published. Brothers who like spy novels can support it. Chapter 1325. Heavenly King Yi was stuck. Although the creation god envoy was shocked, he was not careless at this moment. He tore through the air and quickly killed Heavenly King Yi. Fang Ping also unleashed his force, his saber slashing through the void. Heavenly King Yi was inconsolable with grief and indignation. However, he knew that he had no way out now. So he roared as his longbow transformed into a sword, and then Sword Chi shot into the sky as he met Fong Ping's group head-on. "Fong Ping, you can't kill me." "Heavenly King," Yi roared, "I entered this place on a different mission, and it was arranged by Master. You've ruined Master's grand plans, so Master will definitely not let this matter rest. Master is entrapped. He's much stronger than the human emperor. None of you can match him. Fong Ping, killing me won't do you any good. I can introduce you to senior brother Dao Tree. What do you want to know? What do you want? I will do my best to provide it to you." Heavenly King Yi was bathed in blood, and he used both carrot and stick with his words. Seeing that the few of them were unmoved, he roared, "If you really want to kill me, I will guide senior brother Dao Tree to descend. Senior brother has already broken through 8 years ago. Once he descends, there will be no way for you to escape." Fong Ping sneered. "Let's see if we can summon them over. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? Even if it has set up a trap here, once it descends, I can break the barrier with my blood and let the rule force kill it." The leaf from before had already made him feel something. The Dao Tree might really be able to descend, or it could be said that the roots of the Dao Tree could hide in the void and avoid the laws. However, Fong Ping had tried it before. His blood could dissolve the shielding force. If the Dao Tree were to descend, of course, it would be very dangerous for Fong Ping. However, it was not impossible for him to try to eliminate its shielding power, allowing the rules to descend and kill this fellow who broke the rules. If the Dao Tree really had the ability to descend at will and guide anyone to pass, then Heavenly King, he would have long been led away. Why was there a need to break through the stages, one by one? Fong Ping was too skilled at scaring people. He did not care about Heavenly King Yi's words at all. Heavenly King Yi let out a muffled groan. His waist was struck by the God Creation Envoy's rod, causing his waist to explode and his bones to break. The long sword parried and blocked Fong Ping. On the other side, the gray cat did not participate in the battle. Instead, it used its spiritual power to suppress him. The 3 top-notch experts had joined forces, and among them the God Creation Envoy was a top-notch expert who had broken through 8. At this moment, Heavenly King Yi had no way to escape. Seeing that his injuries were worsening, Heavenly King Yi was filled with grief and indignation. Suddenly he shouted, "Stop! Gentlemen, I can be your spy. Don't you want to deal with senior brother Dao Tree? I can turn against you at the last minute." Fong Ping became gentler. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Your words can't be trusted. Is there any way to restrain you? You've already broken 7. As he said that, Fong Ping bellowed, "Senior, do you have any methods to restrict broken 7? The God Creation Envoy hesitated. Breaking 7 is already incomparably powerful, but if you really want to restrict it, it might not be impossible. I can forge a dragon severing lock. Breaking Dragon Gate. It's similar to the false void Dao from before. Insert your essence into his essence great Dao and place the dragon severing sluice. At a critical moment, if he disobeys, use the dragon severing sluice to seal his great Dao or even sever his great Dao." Fong Ping could not help but admire that the God Crafting Envoy really had a lot of methods. He could even restrict the great Dao. At this moment, Fong Ping slashed Heavenly King Yi's hand into pieces and shouted, "I'll install the dragon severing sluice for you. If you agree, I'll take you in as a spy. If you don't agree, then die." Heavenly King Yi's flesh and blood had not recovered yet. Even though he was still a skeleton, he revealed a look of grief and indignation. Install the dragon severing sluice. He had vaguely heard of this before. The God Crafting Envoy was a genius of a generation. If he said that he could restrain broken 7, then there was a high probability that he could do it. Heavenly King Yi was still hesitating when Fong Ping shouted, "Kill him!" This time, the God Crafting Envoy seemed to be experimenting with something. Suddenly, more than 10 arms appeared on his body. each holding a weapon and slashing at Heavenly King E frantically. Fang Ping also broke into the essence, shaking the essence. The cat's mentality was also shocking, making Heavenly King E unable to resist. When the three powerhouses joined forces, even the powerhouses who had broken through 2 gates would find it difficult, let alone Heavenly King E who had broken through 7. Bang! An explosive sound was heard, and the bones in his arms shattered directly. Boom! The skull was swept by the God-crafting envoy staff, and more than half of it exploded. Heavenly King E saw that he was about to lose his life and shouted loudly, "I am willing to submit." "Surrender yourselves. You've lost your weapon. God-crafting envoy, you and the cat's mentality, seal him first. E, don't resist otherwise. This king will treat it as if you have no intention of surrendering." Heavenly King Yi's skeleton revealed a hint of grief and indignation, but at this point he had no way out. He threw away the longbow in his hand that had turned into a long sword, and Fang Ping took it away. Then Heavenly King Yi gave up resisting. The God-crafting envoy and the cat both unleashed their mentality. The God-crafting envoy's mentality turned into a long chain, binding him countless times. The cat even turned into a big tiger, a transparent big tiger, and swallowed Heavenly King Yi into its stomach in one gulp. At this moment, through the transparent tiger, Heavenly King Yi could still be seen. Seeing Fang Ping looking at him, the cat smiled proudly. This way it can be completely sealed. Locking Heavenly King Yi's entire body in the tiger's stomach. This way, Heavenly King Yi's mentality would be 100% restricted. This time, Heavenly King Yi had no way to reverse the situation. Fang Ping heaved a sigh of relief. A break 7 was not so easy to deal with. They could kill him, but they had to guard against this fellow's desperate attack. At that time, Fang Ping and the cat, who had broken through to the 7th realm, would still be in danger. However, Heavenly King Yi did not want to risk his life and still wanted to live, which made things easier for Fang Ping. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to interrogate him, and quickly flew into the distance, retrieving the 2 tokens that Hong Yu and the others had left behind. That included the jade pendant. At this point, the 18 tokens left by the earthly sovereign had all been taken by Fang Ping. Fang Ping retrieved the tokens, and now he looked at Heavenly King Yi who was inside the tiger. He quickly said, "Did the God Emperor send you here?" "Yes." "What did he send you here for?" "To receive Senior Brother Daotri." Heavenly King Yi was trapped inside, but at this moment he answered all questions. Fang Ping asked again, "Did the Daotri send you here, or did the God Emperor send you here?" "Master sent the order." Heavenly King Yi quickly said, "This time the inspector's descent is actually related to this matter. Before this, the inspector had been living at the border between 8th and 9th heavens, and the God Emperor opened up a safe space. When the war broke out, coincidentally, this place was also about to open, and we received the God Emperor's order. So we chose to descend to the land realm. In the end, you know what happened next. In that case, you did not descend specifically for the war?" "Yes." Fang Ping thought for a while, touched his chin, and said again, "The God Emperor sent you here to receive Daotri. Did he say what he wanted you to do?" Heavenly King Yi was a little helpless and said in a muffled voice, "There was no special instruction. He only wanted me to quickly break through the level and meet up with Senior Brother Daotri. After entering this place, meet up with Senior Brother and listen to Senior Brother's arrangements." As he said that, he added, "Senior Brother left some things at Master's level to help me break through the level." "What things?" "Actually, nothing much. Just some skills to pass through the level," Fang Ping said in surprise. "You went to the God Emperor's level?" "Yes. My first trial was the trial where my master was. Senior Brother Daotri should have made some arrangements there, and he might have convinced my master's projection. I met my master, but I didn't say anything. I just took the items and left the trial." Fang Ping could persuade North Emperor to let him pass, could persuade Celestial Emperor Batian to give Iron Head benefits. Dao Tree was an important chess piece of the God Emperor, of course. He could also persuade the God Emperor's projection. Fang Ping was not surprised, but he was a little more vigilant. The God Emperor level might not be easy to pass. Other than letting you meet up with Dao Tree, there are no other arrangements. Yes, Heavenly King, he said in a low voice. Master's previous order was for the patrols to move out together, break through the level, and receive Senior Brother Dao Tree. Later, some people died, and Master ordered again to bring in some martial artists from the 3 realms. So I speculate that Senior Brother Dao Tree may need some help. Not just one person, maybe a lot of people, maybe at least 10 or more. Fang Ping nodded slightly. This was similar to his guess. Otherwise, Dao Tree could have just asked Heavenly King Yi to come. Why did he need to let Heavenly King Yi bring in so many people? It seemed that the final level was not so easy to pass. Fang Ping said quickly, "How long has that Dao Tree been here for?" Before the heavenly realm fell, Senior Brother Dao Tree disappeared. Aren't you the God Emperor's eldest disciple? Why do you call him Senior Brother? Senior Brother Dao Tree is older than me. Master started to cultivate him a long time ago. But at the beginning he did not have spiritual intelligence, only later did. But he entered before me, and his strength is also stronger than me. So he is Master's chief disciple. So this place has long been discovered by the God Emperor? This place should have been born before the battle of the heavenly realm fell, because the Emperor projection here did not know about that battle. Of course, they knew a little about the immortal source. This meant that the time when this place was born should be about 10,000 years ago, no less than 8,000 years. After the immortal source, before the final battle, there should be 8 or 9,000 years. Fang Ping pondered for a while, then said, "Then you said that Ji Yin had entered this place before, is it true?" Heavenly King Yi was silent for a while, then said slowly, "It is true. But it was not Ji Yin alone, it was me and Ji Yin. That time I came to break through with him. About 2,000 years have passed." Fang Ping raised his brows. "About the same time as the Demon Emperor?" "Yes." Heavenly King Yi said softly, "Actually, this place can open at any time. That time was also the year it opened. So Unquestionable Jian also came at that time, coincidentally entering this place. If not for us, actually Unquestionable Jian also could not have entered. At that time, the periphery was not so dangerous. In order to let us enter, Master and Emperor cleared some dangers. Unquestionable Jian also entered this place coincidentally." Fang Ping was surprised again, said, "Emperor knows about this. You and Ji Yin entered. He also participated." "Yes." Heavenly King Yi smiled bitterly, said, "Otherwise, how could Ji Yin have the chance to come here? Emperor knows about this place." Fang Ping raised his brows. "True, if he did not know. How could this guy easily replace Emperor's projection? Obviously, he had some preparation. He was Emperor's clone, considered a true Emperor. This place was a projection. There was no problem with the aura and origin, but the projection was connected to the rules of this place. This represented that Emperor's clone also understood the rules a little. Only then could he replace the other. Emperor probably still has other plans." Fang Ping judged in his heart. Emperor was probably guarding the human emperor checkpoint, not just to watch the show, maybe also for the last checkpoint. He was waiting for the Dao Tree to open up the passageway, guiding everyone into the final checkpoint. Fang Ping understood a little, looked at Heavenly King Yi and asked again, "There is something I have always been confused about. If the Emperor is still alive, the Inspector is still here. Then why did Hong Yu impersonate Earthly Emperor 6,000 years ago? Hong Yu and you should be in the same group, which means that you and Hong Yu did it back then. But Hong Yu became Emperor. It did not benefit you, right? Why did you do it? 6,000 years ago, when Earthly Emperor God Dynasty was founded, Hong Yu impersonated Earthly Emperor. This matter was still a little confusing to Fang Ping. Since Hong Yu was the Inspector, if he came according to the will of the other emperors, Then why did the inspector not intervene when he was besieged? At that time, there were probably many heavenly kings, probably many inspectors. At that time, even those above 8 dared not expose themselves. Logically speaking, the 3 realms should not have the ability to besiege and kill Hongyu. Heavenly King Yi was silent for a while. Fang Ping said coldly, "Can't you say it?" "It's not," Heavenly King Yi said hurriedly. "Yes, this matter is indeed a little strange. Actually, we know that Hongyu impersonated Earthly Emperor, and it should be an order from the Emperor, but we are not too sure which Emperor it is exactly. But to impersonate an Emperor, and to display an Emperor's chi that can pass off as real, this is not something Hongyu can do. So at that time, although we did not receive any orders, we also know that it is related to the Emperor. After that, there was an order from the Emperor, asking us to cooperate with Hongyu. This can also prove that it is indeed the Emperor's doing." Speaking of this, Heavenly King Yi continued, "But when the Earthly Emperor God dynasty was in trouble, there was an order from the Emperor not to intervene. So we did not do anything, and in the end, the Earthly Emperor God dynasty was destroyed in just a few short sentences. Fang Ping sensed some conspiracy and looked at the God Creation Envoy. The God Creation Envoy also touched his chin, smiled, and said, "Maybe it is to plot against the Earthly Emperor. Maybe these people are not sure if the Earthly Emperor is really dead, so they asked Hongyu to pretend to be the Earthly Emperor, to lure the Earthly Emperor out." The God Creation Envoy shook his head and said, "It's all over, and it's hard to judge the specifics." In the end, the Earthly Emperor God dynasty was destroyed. On one hand, the Emperor was worried that Hongyu would really become an emperor, and on the other hand, it might be to lure the Earthly Emperor again. His son was about to be killed. If the Earthly Emperor was not completely dead, would he appear? If he appeared, he might be able to help his son become an emperor. One sect with 2 emperors. If I am the Earthly Emperor, if I am not dead, I might appear. The God Creation Envoy laughed and said, "The Earthly Emperor God dynasty should be a trap for the Earthly Emperor. As for Hongkuin, kid, take it easy. This guy may not be that simple. He destroyed everything. Maybe he saw through something. Maybe he was guided by someone like the Earthly Emperor." Fang Ping's pupils constricted, looked at him, and said in a low voice, "You mean the Earthly Emperor might not be dead?" "Who knows?" The God Creation Envoy laughed and said, "These emperors are all cunning and cannot be underestimated. Even the Spirit Emperor is the same. Don't think that just because the Spirit Emperor raises a cat and is a homebody, she is a good person. It's hard to say." Meow. The cat squatted on the ground and meowed at him. It raised its head and was a little unhappy. "Don't speak ill of Fatty Ling." The God Creation Envoy sneered and said, "What? Can't you say it? If the Spirit Emperor was that simple, he wouldn't even be able to become an emperor. Those who could become emperors in that era, who wasn't ruthless, decisive, and cunning." The God Creation Envoy curled his lips. "Otherwise, how could there only be these 9 emperors in such a huge war like the Battle of Myriad Tau? In that era, there were countless geniuses and monsters who could stand out from the crowd." Fang Ping exhaled. "That's true, the Earthly Emperor is dead or dead. I'm afraid those emperors are not sure. So they used Hongyu to test? The Earthly Emperor God dynasty was a scam from the beginning." "Oh, right. Has the Divine Emperor ever descended in his true body?" Fang Ping asked again, and Heavenly King Yi denied. "No." Fang Ping nodded again, then smiled and said, "One last doubt, since you are a patrol and the chief disciple of the Divine Emperor. Your status is not low. Then let me ask you, what role did the human race play in this incident? Why has the 3 realms been targeting the human race? Even now, I don't quite understand. If it's for the seed is from the 3 realms, not the human race. Why do you have to target the human race?" Heavenly King Yi said bitterly, "This is a secret, including the seed. I'm actually not too sure either. I've only heard people say it a few times. Why are they targeting the human race?" Heavenly King Yi glanced at the God Creation Envoy and said hesitantly, "I don't really understand either." Fang Ping suddenly looked at the God Creation Envoy, and the God creation envoy's expression did not change. Fong Ping chuckled. His chuckle was meaningful. Seeing that, the God creation envoy could not hold it in any longer and coughed lightly. Don't smile at me like that. This old man is uneasy because of your smile. This guy has bad intentions. He wants to sow discord between us. Fong Ping laughed and said, You're old. You have the final say. You brat. The God creation envoy was helpless. He thought for a moment and said, You're probably wondering why I've always been trapped in the human world and never left. Yes. Fong Ping laughed. Heavenly King Zhen is strong, but I don't think he has to trap you. Can't he kill you? Even if he doesn't kill you, why does he have to trap you? Hand you over to the human race 8,000 years later to be judged? There's no need for that, right? The God creation envoy sighed and said after a while, Actually, it's nothing. Let's put it this way, the human world is the origin of all Taos, the origin of all Taos. If the seed is the source of all Taos, then the seed has a great relationship with the human world. The God creation envoy said gloomily before the catacombs said that the seed of rebirth is in the human world. It's actually not a rumor. The God creation envoy looked at Fong Ping. One is the origin of martial arts. The other is the source of all Taos power. Tell me, are these two really unrelated? The first time the seed appeared was in the human world, which was the primitive continent of the past. Since that's the case, then there will definitely be many people who will guess that the seed's true body is actually hiding in the human world. Fong Ping frowned. The God creation envoy shook his head and said, It's useless for you to deny it. If it were you, you would think the same way. And whether or not the seed is in the human world, actually, it should be considered a conclusion, most likely in the human world. Why do you say that? Fong Ping smiled and said, Right now, there is no evidence to prove all of this. Because the martial arts in the human world are not destroyed. Not only are they not destroyed, they are becoming stronger and stronger. Someone was born with destiny and led the human race to rise. Every time the martial arts are about to die, some unforeseen events will occur in the human world. The martial arts are not destroyed. The God creation envoy said in a deep voice, Although there is no evidence to prove that it is because of the seed, but after so many years the human world is still the holy land of martial arts. Isn't that enough? The chains that trap this old man are the dragon veins of the human world. Actually, it is not only to trap this old man, but also to allow this old man to sense the general situation of the entire human world, the God creation envoy muttered. Back then, when the passageway between the catacombs and the human world was sealed, the power emitted by the immortal source was absorbed by the Emperor's sword. Logically speaking, the human world should have been annihilated. Fong Ping suddenly said, You and the Heavenly King actually knew that the Emperor's sword was absorbing the energy of the human world. The God creation envoy didn't say anything. Fong Ping smiled and said, I told you at our realm how powerful is our sense of energy, a sword that absorbed the energy of the entire human world. How could it not sense it at all? Moreover, you know about the immortal source, especially the senior, who personally created the immortal source. Since that's the case, then you should know that the overflowing energy of the immortal source is not something that can be blocked by the passageways in the catacombs. If that's the case, then why doesn't Earth have any energy, not a single spirit vein, and almost had an era of destruction? So you all know about it. Fong Ping said in a deep voice, I know, but I don't stop it. I think those who want to test if the seed is in the human world are not only the emperors, those powerhouses, but also powerhouses like you, Senior. Fong Ping said self-deprecatingly, That's true. How can there be love for no reason in this world? Senior is not related to us at all. Why would you offend the Emperor and ruin your own plan for some strangers? The Senior and the Heavenly King knew that the Emperor's sword was absorbing energy, but they did not stop it. They probably wanted to test if the human world would be destroyed. Senior, do you have a conclusion? The God creation envoy was silent for a while, then said, You're right, we people do have our own goals. If you were in my shoes, maybe you would do the same, wouldn't you? In the past 8,000 years, we have indeed made some discoveries. The laws of the human world cannot be destroyed. No matter what we do, no matter what, the laws of the human world cannot be destroyed. All of this had something to do with the power of vitality, the power of energy. If there was no energy, then he would probably face the destruction of the law. However, the power of vitality was the fundamental power, the power of the human body, and almost no one in the human race could cultivate the power of energy. All of this was not only because the human emperor did not allow the Emperor of Heaven Reversed to pass down his teachings, but also because of the special nature of the human world. The human world is not suitable for the path of energy. Even if one cultivates some energy, it will soon be assimilated by the power of vitality. The God creation envoy pondered for a moment, then said, "All of this is very similar to the beginning of martial arts. Therefore, we have speculated that it might be related to the characteristics of the seed. The source of power of the three realms is not energy, but ultimately returns to vitality. The human world, affected by the seed, is unable to accommodate the path of energy. Vitality may have a mutually dependent relationship with the seed." Speaking of this, the God creation envoy exhaled and said, "After saying so much, everything shows that the seed is indeed in the human world. Fang Ping, do you understand?" "I understand." Fang Ping laughed and said, "No wonder. No wonder the human world has always been the target of everyone's attention. The previous few declines in martial arts might have been some experiments by you people, right?" The God creation envoy was silent for a moment, then said slowly, "It's not us, we are just bystanders. Of course, you can understand that we sit back and do nothing, because there is indeed no need for us to care. The Emperor wants to test the results. We can't reverse anything. If that's the case, then let's follow and understand." Fang Ping laughed and said, "Senior, there is no need to feel that there is anything wrong with this. It is very normal. Besides, it is all in the past. Without the destruction of the law, there would not be the current neo-martial arts. Without the neo-martial arts, there might not be us. A drink and a peck. Perhaps it was already destined." Fang Ping laughed. "The human world, the land of rebirth, the seed of rebirth, until today, everything had a result. Earth, being turned into the land of rebirth by the catacombs, might not be wrong. The seed of rebirth that the catacombs had always been looking for was probably really on Earth. As for the silkworm baby he saw just now, it should be just a projection because it appeared in the heavenly realm. The heavenly realm had long been destroyed. The heavenly realm he saw should be just a projection of the world. He knew everything that he needed to know." Fang Ping looked at Heavenly King Yi, smiled, and said, "Yi, hand over the storage ring. If you can get the leaves of the Tao tree, you should have gotten other things, right?" Heavenly King Yi was silent for a while, then said slowly, "If I hand it over to you, will you really spare me?" "Of course, the premise is to accept the control of the Dragon Breaker Sluice." "All right. At the critical moment, I don't expect you to do anything to the Tao tree, but you better be obedient." "I will." Heavenly King Yi's desire to live was still very strong. At his level of cultivation, who wanted to die? No one wanted to die. In the next moment, a storage ring floated out from his Sanjiao gate. Very quickly, Fang Ping reached out and grabbed the storage ring. Fang Ping looked at the God Creation envoy, smiled, and said, "Senior, the Dragon Breaker Sluice can be prepared." Just as the God Creation envoy was about to Dragon Breaker Sluice, Fang Ping said telepathically, "Kill him." The God Creation envoy was shocked. He had already surrendered and was even willing to accept control. The God Creation envoy also had the Dragon Breaker Sluice. Why did he still? Fang Ping's expression was calm. He never believed in any control methods. The Tao tree was very strong. The Divine Emperor was very strong. Heavenly King Yi was not weak either. Today he had captured Heavenly King Yi. This fellow must bear a grudge in his heart. He would cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. He would not let this fellow live. Moreover, killing this fellow could also break the Divine Emperor's hand that was stretched out. He might still be hiding something. Fang Ping did not think that he would be sincere to him. Once he came into contact with the Tao tree, Fang Ping was afraid that something would go wrong. The God creation envoy did not speak, but took out a stone-like weapon. This was the Dragon Breaker Sluice. Fang Ping took it in his hand and said with a smile, "I will break into the origin and install it. Senior, you and the cat keep an eye on him. Don't let him play any tricks, lest he does anything to me." Heavenly King, he was bitter. At this time, he did not dare to play any tricks. In the next moment, Fang Ping held the steel and directly broke into his origin. It was quite simple. This time, Heavenly King, he was almost unguarded, because this was the condition of his surrender. Fang Ping saw a great path, very long, very wide. Fang Ping strode towards the great path. Behind him, the illusion of Heavenly King he appeared. Fang Ping said lightly, "Don't follow me. Do you want to spy on something?" "I don't dare." Heavenly King, he was bitter. His figure disappeared. He was like a fish on a chopping block. He could not resist and could only passively accept everything. As for Fang Ping, when he disappeared, he stood at the entrance of the road. A long saber appeared in his hand, quickly accumulating strength. Fang Ping stood still. The only trace of hesitation in his heart quickly disappeared. In this 3 realms, people ate people. The human race seemed strong, but in fact, it was just adding oil to the fire. Without the emperor in charge, the strongest subduing Heavenly King might not be the human race's reliance. In this 3 realms, the human race could only rely on the human race itself. He was the human king. He could only consider the human race's interests. He was the human king. He should only sympathize with the human race. Since Heavenly King he had already become enemies with him, there was no reason to let him go. Be a human in your next life. A murmur sounded. In the next moment, Fang Ping's eyes were resolute, his face cold, and his saber slashed out heavily. A full force slash. In a situation where no one blocked or defended, the saber slashed Heavenly King Yi's great path. Rumble. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. "No, you go back on your words." A shrill roar resounded through heaven and earth. Heavenly King Yi's figure appeared, full of unwillingness, despair, resentment, hatred. Why? He had already surrendered. Because you are not a human. Fang Ping's voice was cold, and he slashed down again. Crack! A loud sound, the great path broke. Fang Ping's strength erupted. The small source world expanded instantly. Then, with a loud rumble, the source world exploded. Rumble. At this moment, in the source universe, a large planet exploded. Fang Ping. An incomparably shrill roar resounded through the source universe. Heavenly King Yi's figure appeared, incomparably huge. He screamed mournfully, "Master, the one who killed me, Human King Fang Ping." Rumble. The large planet exploded. Fang Ping's figure was also incomparably huge, reflecting the source universe. Fang Ping's gaze was like a sword. He looked around the source universe, swept his gaze across the surroundings, and said coldly, "If the emperor doesn't come out, the agreement is valid. Then I can kill you." After saying this, Fang Ping disappeared instantly. The 3 realms were silent. Today he had broken 7 and died again. Chapter 1326. Heavenly King, he was dead. The golden body had also exploded. Fang Ping stood on the grassland, silent. He would not feel sad for the death of an enemy. He just felt that the whole world was his enemy. Today he was in a good mood. However, at this moment he was still a little sad. Even if he knew it before. Even if he had guessed it. However, when he found out that the Emperor's sword absorbed the energy of the human world, Heavenly King Zhen knew. The God creation envoy knew. But no one came forward to stop it. He still felt a little lonely. They knew. Yes, how could they not know? Breaking through the 8th realm. The Emperor's sword was so powerful. How could it not leave a trace? The immortal source was personally created by the God creation envoy. But it was really a little sad. He knew that these people had their own motives, but it was fine if he did not know and no one exposed him. But today everything was exposed. He could not express his sorrow. No wonder these people, the God creation envoy and heavenly King Jin, had already surpassed the scope of the human race. They had been guarding the human race for 8,000 years and had made great contributions. However, thinking that in the future they might not be able to fight side by side, maybe they would be enemies, Fang Ping still felt a little sad. He only hoped that this day would come later. He only hoped that this day would not come. The great hero of the human race, not to mention the God creation envoy, without heavenly King Zhen, there would be no neo-martial arts. Without neo-martial arts, how could Fang Ping and Zhang Tao rise up? Maybe there would be others who would rise up, but it would not be them. They and heavenly King Jin had long been unable to separate. It was really lonely. The emperors were all scheming against the human world because the seed of rebirth was in the human world. Fang Ping did not know how they wanted to seize the seed of rebirth, but from the looks of it, maybe it was not as simple as looking for it in the human world. If they could find it, there would be no need for the human race. Blood sacrifice? Fang Ping once again thought of the speculation of some human research scholars. Blood sacrifice of the human race, summoning the seed of rebirth. Could it be true? The emperors had already experimented with many methods over the years. Although Fang Ping did not know how they experimented, he could roughly guess that these people would not be idle. Not to mention anything else, the emperor's sword absorbing energy, the God creation envoy guiding the human race's mountains and rivers. These would not be useless. They might be locating, probing, determining the range of the seed or the hiding place. These people were all for the seed. Meow. The cat meowed and raised its head to look at Fang Ping. It rubbed its head against Fang Ping's thigh. Fang Ping smiled and rubbed the cat's head. Beside him, Li Hansong had already freed himself. He chuckled and said, Fang Ping, you've killed a broken 7. This is a joyous occasion. Why are you just standing there like a fool? Isn't it time to move on to the next stage? Or should I look for the harvest of the earthly sovereign? Yes, Fang Ping replied. Behind him, the God-forging envoy said softly, Fang Ping, even if we have a purpose. That is also. Fang Ping raised his hand and smiled. I understand. Who in the 3 realms doesn't have an ulterior motive? I have it too. But I don't dare to say that I am wholeheartedly devoted to the human race. From the standpoint of the human race, I certainly hope that the seniors and the heavenly king subduing heavenly king can wholeheartedly serve the human race. But then I thought about it. Although the human race is inextricably linked to our ancestors came from ancient times and have lived for tens of thousands of years. These 8,000 years of experience may not be considered long, nor can it be considered much. Fang Ping smiled. In this world, those who truly serve the human race without selfishness, actually there aren't many. Fang Ping sighed softly. That's true. Those without selfishness are saints. Saints have selfishness. Even the martial king doesn't have selfishness. There are, but they are more focused on the interests of the human race. If this guy doesn't have selfishness, he should be eating vegetables. Fang Ping laughed. He could not tell what he was feeling. He quickly said, Let's not talk about this. I just hope that there won't be a day when I have to fight with the seniors. After all, we are comrades. Yes, comrades, comrades. How many battles had they experienced together? Together, they had held up the sky of the human race. When he was weak, these powerhouses sheltered him from the wind and rain, and fought against strong enemies for him. If one day they really met on the battlefield, would he, Fang Ping, be able to do it? He did not know. At the very least, he would not be as happy and decisive as he was now. He hoped that that day would not come. Fang Ping muttered in his heart. Very quickly, he suppressed all these thoughts. He chuckled and said, We've really struck it rich this time. We've gotten the 18 tokens. All the benefits of earthly sovereign will belong to us. Other than that, it left behind quite a few good things. He swallowed Li Zhu's half-divine spear. Big Cat forged his jade bones, and Senior's jade bones have improved tremendously. So have I. Needless to say, the benefits of this trial couldn't be explained by just a few treasures. It was extremely difficult to forge jade bones. Fang Ping had forged to 85%. The God Creation Envoy was probably more than him. Perhaps he would be able to condense a true jade bone very soon. As for the ash cat, its head was made of iron and its bones were already jade. Since entering the arcane realm, everyone's strength had increased tremendously. As Fang Ping said that, he patted the cat's head. Under the cat's aggrieved gaze, he smiled and said, "You cat, you've earned big this time. Before I came in, I only had the strength of a sage. Now that I've adapted to it, I'm afraid I'll have the strength of someone at the peak of breaking 7. A vitality of more than 15 million calories could be considered to be at the peak of breaking 7. If the Azure Cat really wanted to complete the conversion, it would be possible. This was not even considering that its source world was about to transform. It should be done very soon. The big cat's source world was already close to its limit. Fang Ping felt that as long as there was an opportunity, this cat could complete the transformation of 1,000 meters. When that time came, if there was a qualitative change in the vitality, that would be terrifying. More than 30 million calories. Breaking 8, the level of breaking 2 gates. This cat might be the powerhouse closest to breaking 2 gates in the 3 realms now. Of course, the God Creation Envoy was the same. Previously, when he forged the divine weapon Jade Bone, he was actually close to this range. However, the divine weapon Jade Bone was fake after all. When he really succeeded in forging the Jade Bone, this person would also be a genuine powerhouse who had broken 2 gates. It was hard to say who was faster between him and the Ash Cat. As for Fang Ping, he was still a little behind. Of course, Fang Ping was also improving rapidly now. It was hard to say if he had broken 2 gates, but breaking 8 gates was actually not far away. However, what Fang Ping wanted was not a fake Dao to break 8 gates. He wanted to rely on himself to break 8 gates. This required him to improve further. On the other hand, the Ash Cat could really rely on itself to break 8 gates. This silly cat's 30,000 years of hard work had not been in vain. In this life, it was constantly reaping rewards. The Ash Cat bared its teeth and grinned foolishly. However, it quickly said, "Liar, it's useless even if this cat is so strong. It's not like I'm fighting." Everyone rolled their eyes. Was this considered not fighting? If you did not fight, would Hong Yu's face be scratched and disfigured by you? Fang Ping did not say anything more about the cat. He looked at the God Creation Envoy and said, "The harvest this time is not small. However, I haven't found the earthly emperor's keepsake. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find it. I'll keep it first." After saying that, a few jade-colored leaves appeared in Fang Ping's hand. He threw them to the God Creation Envoy and said with a smile, "These things should be the most valuable things in Yi's storage ring. Senior doesn't care about weapons or treasures. The leaves of a powerhouse who has broken 8 or 9 is not bad for Senior to study. At critical moments, it can also avoid being hurt by the power of the rule. However, Senior, be careful. Be careful of any tricks left behind by the Dao Tree." The God Creation Envoy looked at him and said after a while, "You're not going with me for the next round." Fang Ping smiled and said, "Senior, do you really want to go with me? If you go with me, the benefits of the round might be taken away by me. Senior might not be able to get the benefits you want." As he said that, he continued, "Now, there are a few valuable rounds. First, the round with Heavenly Emperor. Second, Emperor West can exchange pointers with Senior on mentality methods. Third, I didn't pass the few rounds. For the other rounds, Senior has also learned methods like the regression method. Senior, do as you see fit and pass as soon as possible." There were only a few valuable rounds. The benefits of the other places had almost all been taken away by Fang Ping. If he and the God Creation Envoy were together, the two powerhouses would not be of much use. Instead, they would delay each other's benefits. The God Creation Envoy frowned slightly and said, "Then be careful. Once you encounter Hong Yu and the others, they are together, I know." Fang Ping smiled and said, "However, I didn't go through it. Most of them did. The chances of encountering each other are not high. Moreover, I just killed Yi. If Hong Yu and Li Zhu really meet me again, they won't act rashly. Big Cat has also broken through 7. I have enough confidence now. Meow." The cat raised its head a little proud. It was very strong now. Fang Ping said again, "I'll bring Iron Head with me. This fellow can also help me at critical moments. Don't worry, Senior." In this place, there are also seniors like Heavenly Hound and Sherpa. They are not considered enemies. Even if they are not allies, asking for help at critical moments should have some effect. Fang Ping chuckled and said, "Actually, the ones who should be afraid should be Hong Yu and Li Zhu. This place, I have a lot of people." He felt that they should be the ones who should be afraid now. Heavenly King Suppression, God Creation Envoy, Heavenly Hound, and Sherpa were all related to Fang Ping, including Skyarm and even the beginner Underworld God. There was also that fellow Chaos. Fang Ping felt that it was quite easy to fool, provided that he gave enough benefits. At critical moments, when there was chaos, he could also pull in a helper. Therefore, at this moment, Hong Yu and the others should be praying that they would not meet him again. The God Creation Envoy nodded slightly and said, "Then let's go through the rounds separately. In the end, we should still gather at the Divine Emperor and the others' rounds. Old Devil Li should be in one of the 3 rounds, Divine Emperor, East Emperor, and Heavenly Emperor reverse. He might be trapped. When you reach these 3 rounds, especially the Divine Emperor round, be careful." "Thank you for the reminder, Senior." Having said that, Fang Ping carried the Azure Cat, grabbed Iron Head, and said with a smile, "Senior, then we'll make a move first." All right. Space changed. Once again, they entered the space teleportation passageway. Iron Head, who was caught, said in a low voice, "You don't believe this old devil anymore." "Not to that extent. I can still believe him now." Fang Ping smiled and said, "I'm telling the truth." This round was also a coincidence, so the old man absorbed a lot of vitality. The next round might not be the same. If we separate, he will also break 8 and get a lot of benefits. If he's with me, I'm alone, so he won't get anything. As for you, you're a weakling. You can't use the things I want, and I don't like the things you use. That's why I brought you along." Iron Head was speechless. These words were too hurtful. "I'm not far from Heavenly King." "That's still far." Iron Head was tired and did not want to talk to him anymore. He slapped the cat's paw away again, a little annoyed. This cat was so annoying. "Didn't you have jade bones? Why are you still flicking my bones?" Fang Ping laughed and did not say anything else. He continued to refine the saint token that he had taken from Tianbai previously. Although he had refined it previously, it was not integrated into the source world. Now that the 36 saint tokens were gathered, it was time to integrate them completely. The last saint token had just integrated into the source world when Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. At this moment in the source world, the 36 saint tokens suddenly gathered, then quickly circled around and began to integrate. Yes, integrate. These saint tokens were originally one, including the Heavenly King seals. At this moment, it seemed like a component had been assembled successfully. The 36 saint tokens rotated at high speed, transforming rapidly. Fang Ping's source world was also gradually expanding. The 7 Heavenly King seals did not move, but the 36 saint tokens were constantly transforming and integrating. In the blink of an eye, they actually formed a long staff. Fang Ping frowned slightly. This long staff was very powerful. Looking at its aura, it was even more powerful than the god-slaying saber he used previously. After all, The god-slaying saber was not a complete divine weapon and had been damaged, whereas the 36 saint tokens were all holy weapons, all complete. Now that they were integrated together, the long staff that was formed was probably not worse than a real divine weapon. Of all the things it could become, why did it become a long staff? Fong Ping was speechless, thinking to himself, could it be that it would become a long staff in the future? The saint token, heavenly king seal, and 9 emperor seal would merge and become a golden hoop staff, then pierce through 9 heavens. Was this the so-called way to enter 9 heavens? This staff is also drunk. Fong Ping shook his head, too lazy to care. Soon he was overjoyed. Divine weapons could transform. This staff was not weaker than a divine weapon. Ever since the god-slaying saber was shattered, he had always felt that he did not have a suitable weapon. Previously, things like the saint tokens were all scattered, and it was not very practical and convenient. Now that they were integrated into one, he finally had a suitable weapon. The saint tokens were very compatible with him. If he controlled this long staff, his combat strength would increase again. Moreover, with the 36 saint tokens gathered, Fong Ping's source world had also expanded a lot. At this moment, he was letting old Zhang's projection, leading tens of thousands of shadows to work overtime to fill up the source world. Unexpectedly, after the saint tokens were gathered, his source world had actually expanded to 970 meters. After the 8 heavenly king seals were gathered, could it reach 1,000 meters directly? After all, the 8 heavenly king seals could also be integrated. His slightly disappointed mood from before quickly improved. Fong Ping's mentality was actually quite good. Otherwise, if it was someone else, they might have been inexplicably pessimistic. Although Fong Ping had been pessimistic before, it usually turned into motivation very quickly. Outside, he was overbearing, cold-blooded, belligerent, crazy. Sometimes, it was also to vent this pressure. The human race had internal and external troubles that could not be reversed. The internal trouble actually lay in the human race's pillar, the heavenly king subduing. This was actually known by everyone. Fong Ping and old Zhang rarely mentioned it, but they had to consider this point. The heavenly king subduing himself knew this very well. That was why he asked Fong Ping to hold back last time and not say everything. This was because he himself might not be too clear about what the future would be like. Not to mention the external troubles. The enemy was not in the open, but in the dark. Under this pressure, Fong Ping would become even crazier and more unscrupulous. If he did not go crazy, he would not survive. If he did not go crazy, Fong Ping, would not have come this far. He could not make everyone fear him. Even if he had broken 8, he did not want to easily fight to the death with the human race now. It was actually okay to offend the heavenly king subduing, but if he offended Fong Ping, unless he killed Fong Ping instantly, otherwise he would have to live with the threat of revenge for the rest of his life. In the past few years, Fong Ping had displayed this kind of character. King Kuan was not afraid of Fong Ping. He really did not want to fight to the death with this lunatic. He still wanted to become an emperor. He was not interested in being entangled with a lunatic. Actually, Li Zhu was the same. Unless he seized the opportunity to kill Fong Ping in one blow, under normal circumstances, Li Zhu would mostly tolerate Fong Ping when he met him. This time, if Fong Ping did not want to kill them all in one fell swoop, Hong Yu and the others would not have started a war with Fong Ping. Fong Ping examined himself and also reflected on himself. He would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. The image of a crazy and savage demon had been established. Even if the powerhouses of the 3 realms had broken 8, they would not easily become enemies with him. However, there were still some flaws. I'm too ostentatious. In order to establish my authority, I rarely keep my trump card. I'm not strong enough, so I have to go all out. Almost everything I do is in the open. I have no plans in the dark. Fong Ping pondered for a while. Maybe he should hold back. It was fine with the enemies now. But what if he met the emperors? In order to establish his authority, to make a name for himself, to intimidate everyone, he had to go all out. He dared to boast that he had broken 8. If he broke 8, he might have to show that he could break 9. It was a good thing, but also not a good thing. In fact, people like heavenly kings were good. They could not be seen through, could not be grasped, and would never be able to guess the other party's specific strength. This was actually quite good. Of course, it was not very suitable for Fong Ping. However, Fong Ping had to leave something for himself. Everyone knew everything about him now. He had not figured out the mastermind behind him. There were still some things that he had to consider. Before this, he did not have the strength, the time, and the confidence. Now he could try. Trump card. Everyone has a trump card. I have to get a trump card too. Fong Ping rubbed his chin, thinking. Should he learn from others and get a clone? Maybe it was really suitable. To be honest, most of his strength, including his vitality and mentality, were actually provided by the system. If he really had someone else's imprint, he might be kept at a critical moment. If he got a clone, no, a real body. Maybe it's time for me to get a real body that belongs to me. Everything is tilting toward the clone, shifting. With my current strength, I should be able to forge an incomparably powerful body soon, and it will be more perfect. Fong Ping licked his lips. There was no harm in being prepared. He did not want to be wiped out at the last moment. The stronger he was, the more he felt a sense of danger. When he reached the point of breaking 7, Fong Ping's sense of danger became heavier and heavier. He was also afraid of death. Not only was he afraid of his own death, but he was also afraid that his death would cause a series of big problems. There's a lot of vitality here. Maybe my clone should be forged here. After forging jade bones, if there's still a lot of vitality left, then I should think about my clone. Fong Ping suppressed everything. He did not mention it to anyone, including the cat and Iron Head. If more people knew about it, then it would not be a trump card or backup plan anymore. You're here? A voice as cold as ice rang in Fong Ping's ears. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of him. Go feed the cat. The figure was not very solid. It was about to leave after saying that. At this time, a cat meowed. Meow, big fatty? The figure froze for a moment and looked at the cat instantly. Spirit Emperor's checkpoint. Fong Ping guessed that this checkpoint was either Spirit Emperor's checkpoint or Annihilate Heavenly Emperor's checkpoint. As expected, it was one of these two checkpoints. At this moment, Fong Ping was in the courtyard of a small building. When he went to the fake sky cemetery, Spirit Emperor's small building had already been destroyed, so Fong Ping had not seen the small building before. Soon, however, he knew that this should be the building that old Zhang had mentioned before. In front of this building, old Zhang showed off his acting skills, scaring those heavenly kings into fleeing several times. After that, he even obtained a lot of benefits, including a lot of origin power. Now that he thought about it, there should be a lot of fusion unity power. He even took away a cat's nest made from the shed skin of a beast emperor. At this moment, the spirit emperor in front of him was very illusory, not as solid as the other emperors. He looked at the cat. This empress, whose appearance could not be seen, seemed to be frowning. Soon, she said coldly, go feed the cat. When the cat is satisfied, you can pass the checkpoint. After saying this, the spirit emperor's figure dissipated instantly. Big fatty! The cat shouted, but the spirit emperor had already dissipated. The cat was a little disappointed, saying dejectedly, Big fatty doesn't recognize the cat anymore. Fong Ping raised his eyebrows. It should have some memory. It's impossible that he doesn't recognize it, but forget it, let's take a look first. This spirit emperor's projection is too illusory. It might not be a real projection. Maybe it's a projection of a projection. He felt that this spirit emperor's projection was too weak. It might not be a real projection. Just as the spirit emperor's projection dissipated, the door of the small building opened. Sounds of helplessness could be heard. Cat, eat some. This is a 10,000-year-old spirit moonflower. Emperor Grey, eat mine. This is a 30,000-year-old cloud fruit. Cat, do you want to sleep? This is a cat's nest made from the skin of an overlord-level, cloud-piercing mink. It's very comfortable to sleep. Fong Ping was stunned. The cat's cat face was also dull. Then it looked at Fong Ping, blinking its eyes. I'm going to feed the cat. What about you? Fong Ping rolled his eyes and patted the cat's head. It's not for you. It's for the fake cat. What are you so proud of? The cat shrieked, suddenly feeling a little angry. Previously, when it met Cat 2 cheated it of a bag of snacks. Here, there was another fake cat. Now, it was swindling people and cheating food. Damn it. Cat 3 is so annoying. The cat was fuming. Fong Ping was speechless. You named it again. Cat 3? Why not for 3? In the small building, there was a pause. The next moment, someone laughed and said, King Man is here. Mother asterisk her, it's this guy again. The one who greeted Fong Ping was Shang Nan, the saint under celestial terminus. The one who scolded Fong Ping was Luan. Obviously, these people had passed Emperor Nan's test. They might have left together, and now they were all gathered here. According to this logic, celestial terminus and water power should be here too. Fong Ping did not try to sense qi. He could not sense it either. The small building seemed to have a sealing effect. Fong Ping did not say much. He walked toward the small building, smiling as he walked. Luan, did you miss me? Humph. Luan snorted coldly. I'm annoyed when I see you. I miss your ancestors. At the same time, someone laughed and said, King Man, I haven't seen you for a few months. Things are still the same, but people have changed. The one guarding the bathhouse? The cat muttered. Fong Ping laughed. Sherpa. He had met an interesting guy. Fong Ping had a good impression of Sherpa because his origin realm had indeed helped Fong Ping a lot. Meeting Sherpa here could be considered a reunion of old friends, although they had only met once. The voice inside stopped. In the next moment, Sherpa scolded. Stupid cat, damn cat! Why is Fatty Ling feeding you in this round and not me? Come in, I'll beat you to death. Sherpa's resentment was extremely strong. Why? Why did he have to raise a cat and not him? Fong Ping almost could not hold back his laughter. In the small building, there was also some depression. Obviously, there were people who wanted to laugh but did not dare to. Sherpa was a peak break 7 powerhouse after all. He could even fight a peak break 8 existence. However, his words just now really made people unable to hold it in. They did not dare to laugh. Some people did. Luan, who was also at peak break 7, was extremely disdainful. He said, disdainfully, she's just a woman, and yet you can't let her go. What a disgrace. What is a woman? When you become an emperor, if she dares to disobey, you'll just push her down. These words were extremely unreliable. If it were someone else, they might have fought him right now. However, in the next moment, Sherpa suddenly said, Old brother Luan, do you think this method of pushing her down will work? Fong Ping's head hurt. These two unreliable people actually came together. He did not know if it would cause trouble. Both of them were still discussing when in the next moment there was a rumble and the sound of thunder rang out. An extremely thick thunderbolt descended from above the small building. Rumble. In the next moment, Fong Ping stepped in. Sherpa and Luan's hair stood straight. They were struck by lightning. Both of them, however, did not pay much attention. They pursed their lips. Obviously, this was not the first time. Both of them seemed to be used to it. The others, however, were as silent as cicadas in winter. That thunderbolt strike just now had at least the power of a break 6. Only these two idiots were incomparably powerful and could not care less. The others could not withstand this thunderbolt strike. Everyone quickly dodged. Some of them wailed in their hearts. As if it was not enough with these two bastards here, now there was a great demon king. Together with that bastard cat, Song Mao. Among the villains of the 3 realms, now it seemed like only Tengu was missing. Even if the others were bastards, they were not as bastards as these few. Garrison, Heavenly King, and Martial King were already considered shameless enough. Li Zhu and Hong Yu were also extremely sinister. However, speaking of which, these people still cared about their reputation. These few really did not care. In the crowd, a few catacombs martial artists had shrunk themselves so much that they were almost stuffed into the crevices. The divine sex Tianbai's face was even more frighteningly pale. *CK, he met Fang Ping again. Could he still live like this? He really wanted to go home. He had just escaped from Fang Ping's side and immediately met Fang Ping again. There was no justice in this world. Fang Ping glanced at him, but did not look at him much. He had to admit that there were many familiar faces in this round. Yuan Gang, King Huai, Heaven's Fate, these guys were actually all here. The moment Fang Ping entered the door, he suddenly lamented, "The Death Squad!" Everyone was stupefied. What did he mean? King Huai and Yuan Gang were a little uncomfortable. Was he talking about them? Heaven's Fate was also cursing in his heart. Anyway, it was not him. It had nothing to do with him. However, he felt that this round was a little troublesome. Chapter 13:27. Fang Ping's words made the atmosphere in the small building a little strange. Fang Ping ignored them. He looked at the cat in the building and suddenly laughed. Beside him, the gray cat meowed and pounced on the cat. All right, let's call it Try Cat's Pig for now. Meow. The gray cat was furious, crushing the pig. It was exasperated. I'm not that fat. Yes, was this a cat? Fang Ping felt that there might be a problem with his perception. This was obviously a pig. It was too fat. It was so fat that it could barely stand up. Its 4 legs could not be seen. Fang Ping could not laugh anymore. He looked at everyone and smiled. Did you guys feed it? Everyone was embarrassed. The gray cat glared at them. Sherpa said impatiently, "This is how it is. It must be Fat Spirit herself. She has nothing to do as a projection. Why would she not feed the cat? Who knows how many years she's been feeding it? Is it strange that it's so fat?" It was not strange, okay. In this place, a year in the outside world might be 10 years. 10,000 years might be 100,000 years. Was it strange to feed a cat for 100,000 years and feed a pig? Sherpa thought that Fang Ping was making a mountain out of a molehill. Meow. A deep meow sounded. Try Cat, who was pinned down by the gray cat, also cried out. The gray cat that had forged jade bones was really heavy. Try Cat was about to collapse. Meow. The cries continued. The gray cat was angry. It slapped the pig with its paw, ruining its image as a gray cat. It was not that fat. Try Cat was normal before, but Try Cat was not normal at all. It was too embarrassing. Everyone was helpless. They looked at the gray cat, then at Fang Ping, and they were all bitter. Could they still pass this stage now that this guy was here? He asked the gray cat to beat up the fat cat as soon as he came. Could it continue eating? The gray cat pinned down the fat cat, not letting it get up. Try Cat's 4 short legs kept kicking, but it could not do anything to the gray cat. For a moment, the cries became louder. At this moment, the scene was beautiful. The more Fang Ping looked, the more he wanted to laugh. The gray cat sat on Try Cat. Try Cat was flipped over by it like a turtle. It could not turn over no matter what. Its 4 short legs kicked. The more he looked, the more interesting it became. Big cat, come down. Fang Ping shouted. It would be bad if he crushed the pass token to death. The cat jumped down reluctantly and even deliberately showed its elegant figure. Although it was also very fat, compared to the pig, it didn't look fat at all. Fang Ping could not help but laugh again. He looked at the crowd and asked, "How do we clear the stage?" Sherpa and the others ignored him. But Shui Li stood up and said with a smile, "It's not that difficult. Let the cat cough, cough." When it saw the real cat staring at it, it immediately changed its words. "Let this fake cat eat and drink. When it is satisfied, The fake cat will summon the projection of the spirit emperor. Then you can pass the test. Fang Ping looked at Chaos in surprise. He asked curiously, "You didn't pass?" He rolled his eyes. "Nonsense, I'm here. Do you think I've passed?" "It shouldn't be." Fang Ping asked curiously, "I taught you. Why didn't you clear the stage?" Chaos suddenly said angrily, "You call that teaching? I did disperse the projection of the spirit emperor the moment I came. In the end, not only did the power of the rule strike me for a long time, but that bastard Sherpa also fought with me for a long time. Fortunately, he couldn't do anything to me. He and I became friends after a fight, so I didn't continue." "You bastard, what did you teach?" "He did learn, but he killed the projection of the spirit emperor the moment he came. In the end, he was almost struck to death. This bastard Sherpa also fell out with him, saying that he killed the spirit emperor and almost fought him to the death." Chaos was half dead with anger. Both of them fought. Otherwise, these two bastards with their dog tempers would not be talking and laughing now. Friendship forged through fighting. Fang Ping was speechless. "I didn't mean it that way. With your IQ, you don't know how to use it flexibly." Having said that, Fang Ping single-handedly grabbed Tricat Cat and lifted it up. He took out a piece of meat, pried open Tricat Cat's mouth, and stuffed it inside. Then he pinched the cat's neck hard. It was full of fat. Fang Ping said fiercely satisfied. He felt that this stage was too easy. He just had to threaten the cat. With the cat's behavior, it was better to avoid trouble. It would have passed immediately. As it turned out, Fang Ping thought too much. Chaos and Sherpa both looked at him strangely. Both of them looked at him with contempt. Did he think that they had not tried it before? Nonsense. Of course they had tried it before. Both of them were not easy to deal with. Sure, Sherpa could not bear to kill the spirit emperor, but he showed no mercy to the cat. As for the result, in the next moment, Fang Ping knew the result. The cat's behavior, other than laziness, gluttony, and like to call for help. Dong, dong, dong. In the next moment, a gong and drum appeared. The fat cat strained its throat and screamed, "Help!" Rumble. Between heaven and earth, countless thunderbolts struck toward Fang Ping. Rumble. Fang Ping blocked it hurriedly, but the thunderbolts were endless. Sherpa curled his lips. Chaos was also gloating. "I knew that this bastard would try. Now he's out of luck." When Fang Ping said that he did not learn the essence, he guessed what Fang Ping was going to do. As expected, wasn't this what he had tried before? Just wait to be struck. Moreover, this time it was more serious. Previously, he only forced the cat to say that it was delicious. In the end, Fang Ping was good. Not only did he force it into the cat's mouth, he even pinched its fat neck. The cat's nature was to take revenge. The projection in this place was still somewhat similar to the original body. Calling for reinforcements and revenge were inevitable. Fang Ping underestimated the difficulty of this stage. At this moment, the thunderbolts kept striking. Everyone else avoided it. Even Chaos and Sherpa hid far away. Fang Ping's hair was straighter than before. Even if his hair was standing up, it was straighter now. It was still smoking. Fang Ping's face was dark. This was the power of the rule. It should be the spirit emperor's doing. Fang Ping was not convinced. He looked at the true azure cat and said gloomily, "You asked the spirit emperor to stop. It can't kill me. What's the point of striking? Isn't it tiring? I'll try again. Big cat, what do you think? This pig and cat will taste good. Eat the emperor-level big fish." The cat was drooling. It felt that it would taste good this way. As soon as the words came out, the cat was also drooling. It said hurriedly, "Eat the big fish, Sea Guardian, eat it. It's delicious." Fang Ping looked around and smiled. The monster emperor hasn't reached this stage yet. Otherwise, he would definitely destroy this stage. The courage of these three cats was not just a little big. This fellow was actually thinking of eating the Sea Guardian. If that fellow was here, he would explode at once with these words. Of course, It did not rule out the possibility that that fellow would cut off his own flesh. Cutting off some flesh to pass this stage was not something the monster emperor would not do. On the other side, Sherpa said weakly, "Stop tormenting yourself. I've tried many times. It doesn't work. There was someone who passed this stage before. If he became this cat's grandson and served it for a month, he should be able to pass too. I can't afford to lose face. I'd rather not pass this stage and look at Fatty Spirit more." He came quite early and stayed for a few days. Fong Ping laughed. "A month or so. We've only been here for a few days, right? You mean Jiang Hao?" Jiang Hao came early, but the others did not. "It's not him. That Thunder King?" Sherpa said casually, "I think I've seen him before. I heard he's with you humans now. Thunder King." This was considered an old antique. He had known the Heavenly King since the Heavenly Realm. There had been no news of Thunder King before, but now he heard it from Sherpa. Thunder King had passed the stage too. Fong Ping laughed. "So it's Senior Thunder King who passed." As he said that, he looked at the others and laughed. "So the others didn't pass?" "None of them." Luan was also in a weak state. He said gloomily, "I won't do it if I become a stupid cat's grandson. We're all waiting for the monster emperor to come. Now that it's here, we'll kill it together and cut some meat to feed the cats. We should be able to pass." Clearly, this was not the first time the three cats said they wanted to eat the monster emperor's meat. Luan said, "You should have brought dragon transformation. It's an old heavenly king dragon after all. Its dragon meat should be good. Saint-level ones are useless. Luan Shui is useless. I cut off a lot of meat to feed it, but it's useless." At the side, Luan Shui was embarrassed. The three cats shouted, "The beef is too tough. It doesn't taste good." Fong Ping was tired. He threw the fat cat aside. The thunder had stopped. It was obviously just a warning. "Luan, why don't we look for the Spirit Emperor together?" Fong Ping looked around. Where is the Spirit Emperor hiding? He did not see the Spirit Emperor. The previous projection did not look like a projection that could attract such a powerful rule. Clearly, the previous one was a projection of a projection. Sherpo's gaze was unfriendly. Fong Ping said impatiently, "Old Senior, don't be silly. It's just a projection. We've become strong and become emperors. We can go to Ninth Heaven and capture the true Spirit Emperor directly. What do you want to do? You're playing house with the projection here." Fong Ping was speechless. He curled his lips. "What do you call this? Playing with a projection and getting struck. This is called bootlicker." "Bah!" Sherpa scolded. "I have nothing to do with that dog." He was not on good terms with the heavenly dog. He had always been at odds with the dog. These words resonated with Luan. He laughed instantly. "Brother Sher, actually, even if we don't fight the monster emperor, it's the same with the heavenly dog. It's also broken 8 dog meat. It should taste good too." These two lunatics wanted to break 8 at the slightest provocation. The others had a toothache when they heard this. Celestial Pole was extremely low-key at this time. It was better for them to stay away. A group of lunatics had gathered together. If the heavenly dog or the monster emperor really came later, these fellows might really join forces to force them to cut off their meat. There was a possibility of success. Looking at this lineup, all 3 of them were broken 7, and not just any broken 7. If these 3 joined forces, if you did not break 2 gates, you would definitely kneel when you met 3 of them. Fong Ping could not be bothered with the 2 of them. He casually kicked the fat cat that was blocking the way and looked upstairs. The Spirit Emperor is upstairs, right? There are 3 floors here. The second floor is the gray cat's nest, and the third floor is the Spirit Emperor's resting place. He's upstairs, right? He was quite familiar with this place. Old Zhang had mentioned it before. Rumble. Thunder rumbled again. This fellow kicked the cat. It must have made the Spirit Emperor unhappy again. Third cat, who was kicked away, also looked aggrieved. So aggrieved. Who was this bastard? He hit the cat as soon as he arrived. He looked at the real gray cat again. Third cat took a look, then another look, then another look. The gray cat glanced at this fat cat and muttered, "What are you looking at? You're so fat. Don't call you a gray cat. I'm not as fat as you." Meow. Third cat felt aggrieved, but it was also a gray cat. Fong Ping could not be bothered with them. He frowned and said, "We'll pass this stage in no time. It's not difficult. Are there any benefits?" "No. Sure beyond. It's just a stage." Fong Ping rubbed his chin and murmured, "This stage might not be right. Many people from the death team came. Logically, it should be normal for a few of them to die. Now that the Spirit Emperor has not appeared, what is the Spirit Emperor doing?" Fong Ping's words made King Huai and the others' expressions change. "Could you not say that about us? Wouldn't it be better for us to take care of the cats together and pass safely?" After hearing what Fong Ping said, they really felt insecure. At this time, Luan suddenly said, "The origin is not too obvious in this place, but I felt someone die earlier. It should be a top-notch powerhouse. Who died?" Here, the vibration of the origin was not too obvious. Fong Ping killed Heavenly King Yi. They did not sense much, including the words that Fong Ping said in the origin, which were also heard by the outside world. Inside, maybe those who broke 8 would have some feelings. As soon as these words came out, the sky in the corner was trembling. Who died? He did not even need to ask. He knew that someone from the previous group had died, and it was definitely not a God creation envoy, or else Fong Ping would not be so calm. Fong Ping heard that and said casually, "That guy was killed by Hong Yu and Li Zhu together. I couldn't even persuade him." Luan pursed his lips. Who was he trying to fool? As soon as he said it was and Fong Ping knew about it, he immediately guessed that it was Fong Ping who did it. This kid was really ruthless. Fong Ping did not say much about this. He stepped forward and was about to go upstairs. Sherp was not really blinded by lust. He said it was to protect the Spirit Emperor, but it was not to the extent of protecting a projection. Seeing this, he said in a low voice, "Don't go up rashly. There's something wrong with this place." When Sherpa saw Fong Ping turn around, he shrugged and said indifferently, "You'd better not go up. Fatty Ling might have a lot of spiritual intelligence and memories. He inherited the hatred of men and is also very strong. If you go up, it's not impossible for you to be killed. It's fine to just say it here. If you go up, be careful not to be beaten to death." Fong Ping looked at him in surprise and suddenly laughed. "Senior, you seem to have experience?" As soon as he said that, the cat muttered, "This bad guy used to like to peep. He must have gone up to peep, then his legs were broken, and he was thrown down. Sherpa stretched out his hand and hit. There was a rumble. The cat did not move an inch, but Sherpo's hand was numb. His gaze changed slightly. He looked at the smug cat, his teeth aching. He gritted his teeth and said, "Jade bones." The cat was smug. "I asked you to hit the cat, so continue hitting it." Only then did Sherpa notice the jade skeleton behind Fong Ping. He said again, "Another set of jade bones." He did not pay much attention to it before. The half-jade bones were also this color, but now he noticed it. Sherpo's teeth were aching. Where did the King of Man get so many jade bones? The cat had forged jade bones. It was definitely related to the King of Man. This time, Luan was also tempted. She said hurriedly, "Something's wrong, kid. Previously at Emperor Nan's place, the cat didn't have jade bones. Also, I didn't see this guy before. Where did you kidnap him? How did you forge jade bones?" Fong Ping egged them on. "Previously, I killed Celestial Emperor Batian and Earthly Sovereign. I forged 1 jade bone in 1 round. I'm almost there. Both of you, do you want to forge jade bones?" Both of them looked at each other. Luan said uncertainly, "Are you serious? I killed Spirit Emperor once before, but I didn't see it. That must be fake." Fong Ping said casually, if you really killed him, there should be some effect. These projections can trigger the rule of this place. They can also absorb the life force of this place. It's extremely rich. Fang Ping said temptingly, Spirit Emperor's projection is so strong that even Senior Sherpa fell for it. If you kill Spirit Emperor, maybe you can get a lot of life force. Forge jade bones. How about the three of us forge jade bones together? He licked his lips. Do it. Why not? He kicked Sherpa, who was beside him, tempted. How about it? A fake is a fake after all. Didn't Fang Ping say it? When we become emperors, we'll go to ninth heaven together to catch the real one. If I say it, you're just gutless. It's been tens of thousands of years, and you still haven't gotten this woman. If it were me, I'd just snatch her and press her down. Why would it be so troublesome? Luan still looked down on Sherpa. This guy was like a girl. What was he hesitating for? Do it. He was sincerely tempted. He was also a little jealous. The cat actually forged jade bones. So did the skeleton. Fang Ping's bones seemed to be much stronger than before. This guy had just separated from him for a while. He wouldn't believe it if someone told him that it wasn't from killing an emperor. Sherpa was also conflicted. Soon he gritted his teeth and said telepathically, It's really strong. I'm afraid it's close to the level of breaking 2 gates. I went up once and was almost struck to death. Kid, did you really kill the projection and get life force? Sherpa said in disbelief. It can't be that simple, right? Of course it's not that simple, but it's okay. If the projection here is dead, we can fake it. We can make a fake projection and then absorb life force. I've always done this before. The God Creation Envoy is not here. It's a little difficult to fake, but it's not like the 3 of us can't make it. As soon as he said that, Sherpa was tempted too. He said, Quickly, kid, let's agree. If we really want to absorb life force, we'll split it equally. Although I haven't had much contact with you, I can tell from the calluses in my ears that you're not a good person. I even gave you the origin realm back then. You won't cheat me, right? That won't happen. Fang Ping said with a smile. Of course I have to be ruthless to the enemy. Of course I have to share with my own people. Senior's origin realm has helped me a lot. Why would I cheat you? Sherpa was dubious. He glanced at Luan. Luan said angrily, What are you afraid of? This kid dares to cheat us. Let's take care of him together and make him suffer. When the two met, they were birds of a feather. They were really like brothers. Fang Ping was also helpless. When the 2 old hooligans met, it was only him. Who else would be willing to cooperate with them? However, he was a hooligan among hooligans. He was not afraid of them. The 3 of them discussed secretly. Over there, Celestial Pole was like a small transparent. When he saw the 3 of them talking, he secretly curled his lips. 3 bastards, the worst guys in the 3 realms. Nothing good would happen when they met. He got up to leave. Xingnan saw him and said telepathically, Prince, what's wrong? Let's go out. Celestial Pole said, Hurry up. Something might happen later. We can't stay here anymore. Go to the courtyard and have a look. If we can go out, then go out. If we can't go out, dig a hole and hide for a while. Xingnan was stunned. Dig a hole to bury himself? Was that necessary? He had also met Fang Ping at Heavenly Emperor Zhan's trial. Although Fang Ping was difficult to deal with, he felt, all right, he did not feel much. Forget it. He would listen to the prince. Go out. The 2 of them went out cautiously. Soon, Tianbai even deliberately shrunk his body size and sneaked out. He was leaving too. On the other side, King Huai and Yuan Gang looked at each other. Both of them smiled sheepishly. Then they got up and moved out cautiously, seeing that they had all run away. The water power that belonged to Fang Ping. After thinking about it, he also moved out cautiously. I'm leaving too. These 3 were discussing bad things. I shouldn't join in the fun. Once the chaos started, would these few still care about it? These people knew Fang Ping too well. Wherever he went, there would be chaos and people would die. Heavenly King, he was dead. This was break 7. If it was not Fong Ping who did it, they would dare to twist their heads off. It was better to leave first. These 3 were likely to go look for Spirit Emperor. There might be a big battle later. The power of the rule erupted. All of them had the lethality of break 6. The further they escaped, the better, lest they got caught in the crossfire. Once the water power left, the others were not fools. At this time, other than those old antiques who had recovered, no, the old antiques who had just recovered, who did not know Fong Ping and the others' morality. Fong Ping had just mentioned the death group. It might come true. It was better to leave first. Fong Ping and the other 2 discussed for a while. In the blink of an eye, the small building was empty. At this moment, other than Old Cat, Third Cat, Ironhead, and the 3 of them, there was actually no one else. Fong Ping pursed his lips and looked at the 2 of them. He coughed softly and said, "The 2 of you are too famous. People have been scared away," Sherpa chuckled. Luan was even more disdainful. "When we were here, none of those fellows left. When you came, they all ran away. That guy Celestial Polarity also ran away. You know very well. Who scared those people away? Didn't you count? You even wronged us." Sherpa did not care much about this. He said with some amusement, "Human King, it's the first time I met you. I didn't see you with such a strong demonic nature. I haven't seen you for a short period of time. Your demonic name is even heavier than Heavenly Hound's. If Heavenly Hound came, these people might not be so afraid. Although Heavenly Hound had a bad reputation, it usually would not compete with the weak. Fong Ping's reputation was really bad, at least to his enemies. It was too scary. 99% of the powerhouses who died in the 3 realms were related to him. You're too kind." Fong Ping cupped his hands shyly. "You're too kind. Don't praise me. I'll be embarrassed." Sherpa and Luan looked at each other helplessly. They had cultivated their shamelessness for so many years. They might not be as shameless as this young man. Sure enough, there were talented people in every generation. The 3 of them did not talk nonsense. Very quickly they looked at each other for a while and walked upstairs together. At this moment, Old Cat thought for a while. He grabbed Third Cat's tail and dragged it upstairs. He did not care about Third Cat's screams at all. He did not care about its 4 short legs that kept bouncing around. He just dragged it along. Old Cat felt that when the fake Spirit Emperor slashed at him later, he could use Third Cat as a shield. It was so fat, it should be able to block for a while. With this thought in mind, Old Cat dragged it even more vigorously. When they went upstairs, the stairs kept banging. It was the sound of Third Cat's big head hitting the stairs as Old Cat dragged up. Chapter 13:28. Thump, thump, thump in the quiet building. Only the sound of San Mao's fat head hitting the stairs could be heard. Fong Ping, Sherpa, and the other 2 were silent as they slowly walked upstairs. Behind them, the cat looked around. It was familiar with this place. Not only was it familiar, but it actually missed it. The days in the Spirit Imperial Palace might have been its happiest time. Although it had to be played by Big Fatty, it was really comfortable. Now, seeing the Spirit Imperial Palace again, it felt like things were the same, but people were different. No, things were different. Dragging this big fat cat made the Ash Cat a little unhappy. Big Fatty had fed Sanmao so much that it was a little jealous. In front, Sherpa turned his head to look at the cat and said, "Stupid cat, you go up first." The cat's big face was full of displeasure. "Go, you're raised by Fat Spirit. Although you're a projection, you still have some feelings. If you go up, she probably won't kill you. Besides, you've already forged jade bones. You're pretty good as a shield." Luan also added, "That's right. Stupid cat, you go." Sherpa was jealous that the cat was favored by Spirit Emperor. Luan and the Heavenly Hound became enemies because of the cat, because the cat ate the treasures he found. Both of them did not have a good impression of the cat. Now that the cat had forged jade bones, Who else would go up if not it? Meow. The cat looked at Fong Ping with a wronged expression. I'm not going. I'm afraid of death too. Fong Ping smiled. He had already entered the second floor. There were no spirit emperors on the second floor, so it was quite quiet. However, Fong Ping saw a familiar cat's nest. He had seen it at old Zhang's place before, but this was just an energy condensation, not a real cat's nest. Sanmao, who was being dragged by the cat, also saw its cat's nest. It meowed, its front paws scratching the ground as if it wanted to hide in the cat's nest. The cat grabbed its tail and refused to let it in. Fong Ping laughed again and glanced at the staircase. Spirit Emperor should be on the third floor. He glanced at Sherpa, who nodded slightly. However, he quickly said, I didn't see her the last time I came. She was blasted away when I reached the staircase. Was she badly injured? Not really. Fong Ping was deep in thought. He did not know if the Spirit Emperor had held back, or if there was a limit to his strength. Sherpa's injuries were not serious, which meant that Ling Huang had the strength of a breaking 8 gate. However, there were 3 gates to breaking 8 gate, and he was not sure which stage Ling Huang was at. If it was just 1 gate, the 3 of them were not afraid. Although breaking through the second gate was dangerous, the 3 of them were experts, so it was not impossible for them to deal with it. 3 gates, that would be really dangerous. Let's test it out. Fong Ping glanced at Sherpa. Sherpa's gaze was unfriendly. He would not go. Fong Ping looked at Luan again. Luan was staring at the ceiling as if she were a beauty. These 2 old farts, neither of them are good people. Fong Ping cursed under his breath. These 2 really aren't anything good. They're stronger than me. Would it kill me to test them? From the looks of it, he would have to do it himself. As for the green cat, it had learned its lesson. At this moment, it was pretending to fight with the 3 cats. It was being pressed under the 3 cats, sticking out its tongue and pretending to be dead. The 3 cats were at a loss. It actually defeated a real cat. How rare! Fong Ping was helpless. He did not say anything else. He took a few steps forward and said slowly, Is Senior Ling Huang here? I am Fong Ping, the king of humans of this generation. Senior Lin Zi and I are also best friends. This time, I brought the green cat to visit Senior. I hope Senior will grant me a meeting. Fong Ping bowed slightly, holding his hands together and smiling. His face was full of politeness. Sherpa and Luan were a little disdainful. Pretending to be simple and honest? If you pretended to be simple and honest the moment you arrived, people might believe you. But you beat up the fat cat the moment you arrived. Who would believe you? Silence. Fong Ping did not get a reply. After thinking for a while, he continued to take a step forward. He stepped onto the steps and opened his mouth again. Senior. Rumble. Get lost. A thunderous strike. A cold shout was heard. Fong Ping's flesh was shining. He did not dodge. He also wanted to test how strong the strike was. Bang! His flesh suffered a thunderous strike. Fong Ping's body trembled slightly. Even his bones were numb. He opened his mouth, and a puff of green smoke came out. Fong Ping evaluated it secretly. It was all right. It was probably the strength of a breaking 6. In that case, Ling Huang was still holding back. He was not as strong as he was against Sherpa. Fong Ping said respectfully, Senior, old cat has not seen you for many years. I miss you very much. Why don't you meet me? Having said that, Fong Ping grabbed at old cat. Old cat, who was pretending to fight with third cat, saw this and hurriedly grabbed third cat, using it as a shield. Fong Ping grabbed old cat, and old cat grabbed third cat. In the next moment, old cat was caught at the top of the stairs. The fat third cat was blocked on the other side of the stairs. Old cat hid under third cat's belly looking nervous. Strike third cat, don't strike me. Fong Ping was exhausted. Was it necessary? Ling Huang must have sensed it too. She snorted softly, and her voice floated slowly from upstairs. I haven't seen you for many years. You're still as stupid as ever. Obviously, she sensed Old Cat. Big! Old Cat was just about to shout when Fong Ping pinched its mouth. Because Fong Ping had already felt the momentum of a thunderous explosion, he hurriedly blocked the cat's mouth. Stop shouting. It was fine if there were no outsiders. With outsiders around, the little spirit empress flew into a rage out of humiliation. Old Cat looked at Fong Ping aggrievedly. What? Fong Ping ignored it and smiled again. Senior, can we go up? Old Cat misses you too much. Humph. A cold snort sounded, and Ling Huang's indifferent voice sounded again. If you want to break through, think of a way yourself. It's not for breaking through. Fong Ping said with a sincere face, It's not difficult to break through. What's difficult is to admire the face of the only empress in the 3 realms. This is also a little wish of mine. I've heard a lot about you, Senior, but I didn't have the chance to meet you. It's also a pity in this life. Cough, cough. Sherpa coughed softly, a little dissatisfied. You're making it sound like you're courting. What are you doing, kid? Do you think I don't exist? Fong Ping cursed again in his heart. Meddlesome. Sherpa, this guy, only knew how to cause trouble. TCH, a chuckle sounded, with some coldness and some playfulness. Human King. Fong Ping, Ling Huang's voice was calm. Why did you come to see me? If you want to pass, then pass. Why do you need to see me? I've heard a lot about you, hypocrite. A cold snort sounded. Ling Huang said coldly, Hypocrite. You want to gain some benefits from me? I'm just a projection. What benefits can I give you? Fong Ping was helpless. She was stubborn. Was she forcing him to go up by force? Couldn't they talk things out nicely? He hated people who didn't talk nicely and forced him to use force. Senior, you've wronged me. Humph. Fong Ping smiled. Senior, are you really not going to invite us up for a seat? Since we're already here, why do you have to keep us at a distance? You want to force your way in. Ling Huang's scornful voice sounded. Even if you, Sherpa, and that idiot join forces, what can you do? Luan looked left and right. This idiot. Who was he talking about? Sherpa looked at him in disdain. He was talking about you. Why didn't you have any self-awareness? Luan was a little angry and scolded. Old woman, are you looking for a beating? Rumble. A loud sound was heard. Luan also snorted coldly and punched out. Thunder exploded, but it was directly broken by Luan. Luan was a powerhouse who was about to break through 8. How could she be afraid of this thunder? At this moment, thunder struck again. Fong Ping smiled without batting an eyelid. A long staff appeared in his hand. With a casual strike, the void collapsed and the thunder was destroyed. Sherpa sighed and also struck out with his palm. The void exploded. The 3 powerhouses joined forces and destroyed countless thunder in the blink of an eye. Do you think this is enough? Rumble. This time it was not thunder. Instead, it was thousands of thin swords shooting toward them. Fong Ping's expression turned slightly solemn. The long staff was waved in an airtight manner. Wherever the long staff swept across, the thin swords all exploded into pieces. Beside him, the old cat held up Sanmao. Sanmao's face was lifeless, looking at the thin swords shooting toward them with a look of despair. They started meowing in pain. Fortunately, the thin swords melted the moment they landed. Obviously, Ling Huang had no intention of harming these 2 cats. The old cat heaved a sigh of relief and put Fat Cat down. He took out a small fish and stuffed it into his mouth to calm his nerves. At the side, Sanmao watched enviously, drooling. The old cat was a little disdainful and whispered, Why don't you have a small fish? Second cat has a lot of dried fish. You're so fat. You're not as tasty as second cat. Meow. Sanmao asked curiously, Is second cat a cat too? Yes, it looks very similar to me. Unlike you, you're so fat. You don't look like me at all. The two cats started chatting. Fong Ping and the rest could not care less about the two cats. At this moment, the three of them each displayed their supernatural powers. Thousands of swords shattered. Fong Ping's staff plunged into the floor. With a rumble, the small building trembled. Fong Ping grinned. "Senior, are we qualified enough to meet? If not, we can still be stronger." Sherpa chuckled. "Fatty Spirit, I'm playing with you. Do you want to see my true strength?" As soon as he finished speaking, the void trembled. With a rumble, a hole appeared on top of Sherpo's head. In the next moment, a large amount of origin chi emerged. Sherpo's chi became extremely powerful in an instant, directly reaching the level of breaking 8. On the other side, Luan also grinned. "Are you looking down on us? Old hag, don't you want our respect?" As soon as she finished speaking, there was a rumble. Vitality rushed to the sky. Luan seemed to have taken a crucial step, her chi breaking 8. Fong Ping chuckled. "I'm not as powerful as them." As he said that, he stretched out his hand and waved. The iron head once again merged into his body. Emperor armor appeared. Force erupted. Fong Ping plunged his staff into the ground again. With a rumble, the small building trembled violently. "Emperor armor?" A slightly solemn voice came. These three were all invincible powerhouses of the current era. 2 of them had reached the level of breaking 8. Fong Ping also had the strength of around peak breaking 7. If the 3 of them joined forces, they could even fight a powerhouse who had broken 2 gates. Fong Ping smiled. "Senior, you've broken 3 gates? If that's the case, then you can be considered to have broken 9. If you don't, we can still fight." Spirit Emperor's cold voice came again. "If you want to break through, you can do it yourself. Why do you have to be my enemy?" Fong Ping smiled. "I want benefits. Emperor Nan will give the vitality restoration technique. Emperor Rin will give the reform. Emperor North will give the golden body technique. Emperor Zhantian will give the ultimate art. Emperor West will give the divine weapon. Emperor Earth will give the life savings. Emperor Batian will give the jade bones. Spirit Emperor, why don't you give something?" When he said this, Sherpa and Luan Spirit were jealous, giving so many benefits. Upstairs, Spirit Emperor seemed to be stunned for a moment. Obviously, this was beyond her expectations. Everything that Fong Ping said was unexpected. There were some things that were the secrets of the martial emperors. Fong Ping was too lazy to talk about the Beast Emperor's fusion power. He always felt that the Beast Emperor's things were not presentable. It was too stingy. The 3 of them were extremely powerful. The atmosphere was heavy. After a while, Spirit Emperor said coldly, "You guys are bold. I don't have any special methods, so I can't compare to the others. I do have some life spirit liquid. What's the harm in giving it to you guys?" As soon as he finished speaking, a crystal bottle floated over. There was some liquid inside. Fong Ping glanced at it. It was life force, but it was not as rich as the fish that the cat ate. Sherpa and Luan were a little tempted, but Fong Ping didn't like it. He frowned slightly. He didn't want to force Spirit Emperor to give him something, but he felt that something was not right with this round. Spirit Emperor didn't show up. It was fine if he didn't show up. His strength was a little too strong. The strongest projection he saw should be Emperor Batian. At the last moment, he probably had the strength to break through 2 gates. The more powerful the Emperor's projection, the more benefits it gave. Of course, this was not 100% true. Emperor Batian's existence was to test those powerhouses, including those who broke through 8 gates. Spirit Emperor was so powerful. What was her existence for? Raising a cat? Did she need to be so strong to raise a cat? It was also because of this that Fong Ping wanted to see Spirit Emperor even more. Seeing that Sherpa and Luan were about to be dismissed, Fong Ping quickly transmitted his voice. "You too, don't be so short-sighted. What's this little life force? Spirit Emperor's projection is so powerful. She must be hiding something good. Maybe she can really help you break through 8 gates not fake 8 gates. Both of them cursed in their hearts. Who was short-sighted? The two who were about to take the crystal bottle suddenly stopped moving. They snorted in their hearts. We are powerhouses. Why would we care about this little profit? Both of them stopped taking the items. They thought to themselves, Fong Ping has gotten so many good items, so he must have some experience. I'll learn from Fong Ping first and see how I can extort more benefits from him. It might be useful in the next stage. Still not satisfied? Spirit Emperor's voice became colder. Fong Ping threw out 2 small fish and smiled. Senior, why don't I give you some life force and meet me? Humph. The cold snort sounded again. The 2 small fish were smashed directly. A large amount of life force emerged. Sherpa and Luan were jealous, but to maintain their image as powerhouses, they refused to absorb it. They didn't absorb it. On the other side, the 2 chatting cats suddenly pounced on them. At this moment, even the extremely fat 3 cats were agile. The 2 cats both purred and swallowed the overflowing vitality in the air into their stomachs. The cat also swallowed the crystal bottle. Luan and Sherpo's eyelids were trembling. These 2 damn cats. Eat until you're stuffed. Looks like you're not giving up. At the same time as the cold voice came, light footsteps came from the stairs. Someone was coming down. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of everyone. Fong Ping's eyes hurt slightly when he looked. He could see the person's face clearly. Heroic spirit. Yes, beautiful or not. Fong Ping did not care. At this level, he could change into anything he wanted. Appearance was not the key. The first impression that Spirit Emperor gave him was not how beautiful she was, but how heroic she was. Her long hair was tied up casually. Her clothes were not complicated either. There was no long skirt that dragged the floor. She wore a close-fitting white athletic robe and held a sword. She looked even more heroic. Fong Ping subconsciously looked somewhere. Spirit Emperor's sword-like eyebrows were raised, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Fong Ping was embarrassed. He grabbed the cat to cover up his embarrassment. He did not care much about beauty. The key was that the cat and Sherpo's address made him focus on these things. He glanced at her casually. He did not expect Spirit Emperor to be so sensitive. In his arms, the cat was used as a shield. It looked confused. Then it looked at Spirit Emperor happily and shouted, "Big fatty! Stupid cat!" Spirit Emperor snorted coldly, her eyes unfriendly. Ignoring the cat, she grabbed the fat 3 cats with one hand. The 3 cats that looked like pigs before shrunk instantly. She held them in her hands, making them look even fatter like a ball. The cat was a little jealous and felt wronged. Big Fatty used to hold it, but now it was the 3 cats. Sherpa was also a little excited. He grinned and said, "Fat! Cough, Ling, our long time no see." Spirit Emperor looked at him and frowned. She said coldly, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll take your life." Sherpa did not care. He looked affectionate. Luan was a little nauseous. She said angrily, "Stop talking nonsense. Fong Ping, you're here for benefits. Force this woman to hand them over." "How dare you?" Spirit Emperor shouted. She unsheathed the sword in her hand and charged toward Luan. Luan threw a punch. With a rumble, she took a few steps back. Drip! A crisp sound rang out. A drop of blood dripped from his fist and smashed onto the ground like a steel ball falling onto a glass. Luan's expression changed slightly. At this moment, the sword was back in its scabbard. Fong Ping stared at Spirit Emperor for a while. Spirit Emperor looked at him coldly. This time, Fong Ping did not avoid her. He kept staring at her. After a while, he chuckled. "I'm a little curious. Is this your real body or a projection?" Sherpa was stunned. Then his eyes lit up and he looked at Spirit Emperor. Boom! The golden light exploded. Sherpa groaned and blood dripped from his eyes. Fong Ping felt a chill in his heart. So strong. Real body? Spirit Emperor said coldly, "How can you get out of here with your real body? It's just a puppet body." Puppet body? Fang Ping took a step back and gathered with Sherpa and the others. She did not say it was a memory fragment or a projection of the origin. She used a puppet body instead. Did she mean she was different from the others? Sherpa and Luan were not fools. At this moment, they could vaguely feel that something was wrong. Sherpa said hurriedly, "You're not a projection? Is this your clone?" "No." Spirit Emperor looked down at them from above. Standing at the turn of the stairs, she looked at them coldly. She did not explain and said indifferently, "What do you want?" "I've said it already. There's nothing you want in this level. If you want to pass, I'll send you off and leave quickly." Fang Ping frowned slightly. He thought for a while and said, "Does Senior know about the Tao tree in the final level? It should have broken 9, right? As for the Emperor's level, the Emperor's clone has already entered and replaced the Emperor's projection. Senior's puppet body is probably a little different from a projection, right? If that's the case, Senior must have his own purpose. Maybe we can help Senior a little." Spirit Emperor looked at them contemptuously. "A few of you dare to boast shamelessly when you've broken 7. Fang Ping was not angry. He smiled and said, "Breaking 7 is nothing in Senior's eyes, but I don't have any other good points. I'm just very popular. I know a lot of people who have broken 8 and a few who have broken 2. The one who is about to break 3 is also my godfather. Besides, the God Creation Envoy should be breaking 2 soon, and his relationship with me is not ordinary. If we get together and gather some powerhouses, they should be able to match breaking 9. Fang Ping said it calmly. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with saying that he was popular. He laughed and said, "Senior, this puppet body of yours is not for the silkworm babies of the heavenly realm, right? Oh, it's the seed of rebirth." Bang! A cold light burst out of Spirit Emperor's eyes. Fang Ping growled. Emperor armor erupted with a golden light, instantly colliding with the cold light. Fang Ping took dozens of steps back, but it offset the cold light. "Senior, why do you have to be so overbearing? Can't we talk nicely?" You saw it. Spirit Emperor's eyes were cold. He saw it. Fang Ping grinned and said, "I saw a little. The silkworm baby is quite cute. Does Senior want to eat it? That should be a projection, right? Could it be that there are benefits to eating a projection?" He had seen a lot of things at the earthly emperor's level. At this moment, Fang Ping was all smiles as he continued, "All right, Celestial Battle Emperor and Emperor Renhuang are both interested in collaborating with me once. Emperor Renhuang's objective might also be this. I can't say for sure about Celestial Battle Emperor. Senior, is this your objective?" "I'm afraid that there will be a conflict with Senior. After all, I'm the cat's friend. I have to take care of Senior first, right? Meow, big fatty, liars are very powerful." In his arms, the cat also meowed. At this moment, it was a little uncomfortable being hugged by Fang Ping. It struggled for a while and stretched its head out, saying excitedly, "Big fatty, the cat has forged jade bones. The cat is very powerful. Do you want to join us?" Spirit Emperor looked at the cat and frowned slightly. He said lightly, "After so many years, you've only forged jade bones. Is that something to be proud of? In the past, your body of flesh and blood was already close to the realm of jade bones." The cat said aggrievedly, "You're not even praising me anymore. I'm not happy." Spirit Emperor's tone stagnated. He did not speak again. Fang Ping chuckled and said, "Senior, why don't we have a good talk? Everyone takes what they need. Sherpa and Luan only want to break through 8 levels. As for me, I actually don't have a purpose. It's fine as long as there are some benefits. Maybe I can even help Senior once. It's only Senior. If it were someone else, such as Emperor, or Emperor God, I wouldn't even bother with them. You talk big." Spirit Emperor sneered. Fang Ping still had a smile on his face. "You talk big. After all, I cultivated to this level in 3 years. I'm too young. Of course, I'm a little arrogant. Senior, please forgive me. Young people are not as mature as old seniors. Here he goes again. Luan was about to curse in his heart. Sherpa was still okay. He only met Fong Ping today. It was also the first time he heard Fong Ping say this. But Luan, he had heard it many times. Every time, he felt extremely heartbroken. What was so great about cultivating for 3 years? He said it again and again, as if he was afraid that others did not know. Luan rolled his eyes and did not continue the conversation. He would let this bastard say whatever he wanted. It was good enough that he broke through 8 levels. If he did not break through 8 levels, he would be mentally unbalanced. This bastard improved too fast. It was so fast that he could not accept it. Hearing that, Spirit Emperor looked at Fong Ping again. His eyes were shining. In the next moment, he turned and went upstairs. He said lightly, "Come up." Fong Ping laughed. He winked at Sherpa and Luan. "Did you see that? This is my charm." At the same time, Fong Ping said telepathically, "I think we've gained a lot this time. This Spirit Emperor might be different from the other emperors. It's not as simple as a projection. Although I don't know what puppet body it is. She must have her own plan. Let's join in. Maybe we can get a share." "Be careful not to choke yourself to death," Luan muttered. They were not stupid. Some things could be dangerous if they joined in. Martial arts must fight. If there's a chance, fight for it. Being a coward is not like you, Heavenly King Luan, but it makes sense. After all, you're old. You lack the drive. No wonder you can't break through 8 levels. You want to fight with me? I'm not necessarily afraid of you. If we fight, it's hard to tell who will win. There's no benefit. I can't be bothered to fight with you stupidly. Luan cursed again. That was true. There was no benefit in fighting with this bastard. Forget it. I won't argue with you. The 3 of them did not speak anymore. They walked upstairs together. Spirit Emperor's previous series of actions seemed to be testing their strength. It seemed like she recognized their strength. Chapter 1329. On the 3rd floor, when Fong Ping and the others went up, Spirit Emperor had already disappeared. She did not disappear, but sat on the other side, separated by a curtain, and said coldly, "Speak." Fong Ping was stunned for a moment, but Sherpa and Luan did not care. Fong Ping thought for a while. He did not see any tables and chairs, so he made a sofa and a small coffee table. Everyone looked at him strangely. Spirit Emperor seemed to be frowning. They could not see clearly through the curtain. At this moment, the room seemed to have cooled down. In front of the Emperor, if she did not invite you to sit, did you have the right to sit? The so-called guest of honor was also the Emperor's courtesy. There were not many who were truly qualified to sit in front of the Emperor, but Garrison, Heavenly King, was one, especially a queen like Spirit Emperor, who rarely summoned powerhouses from all sides. The powerhouses were still somewhat restrained in front of her. Luan was not restrained, but he was also used to the powerhouses being respected. Since Spirit Emperor was stronger than him, it was okay not to sit in Spirit Emperor's territory. They were shocked, but Fong Ping did not care about this. He did not like to stand and talk to people who were sitting. If the Spirit Emperor inside was sitting, he would not stand. It was like reporting work. Fong Ping sat down, and the cat ran to the side and lay down. On the other side of the curtain, the 3rd cat seemed to have some movement. Looking at the sofa, it looked soft, and it wanted to try the feeling, but it should be suppressed by Spirit Emperor. Anyway, Fong Ping heard an aggrieved cat cry. Fong Ping sat down and did not greet the others. However, Sherpa and Luan saw that Spirit Emperor did not speak, so they did not stand on ceremony. Sherpa pushed away the cat and sat down. The cat was just pushed away. On the other side, Luan did not look at it and sat down on its head. The cat was so angry. Luan could not hurt it, but it was a clean freak. There was dust on Luan's butt. How could it let him sit on its head? It hurriedly ran away and jumped onto Fong Ping's shoulder. It looked at the two angrily, its face full of displeasure. Fong Ping did not care about them at this time and said with a smile, "Senior, we have nothing to say. Since you let us come up, won't you say a few words?" As he said that, he was afraid that Spirit Emperor would not get to the point, so he said with a smile, "For example, your current state. Why don't you say a few words?" Condition? The spiritual emperor said indifferently, "It's a puppet body. What's there to say?" "Senior, please enlighten me. I'm too young and inexperienced, so I really don't understand. Senior, please enlighten me." Fong Ping was very humble. He even cupped his fists. If he had stood, it would have been more appropriate. Through this short period of observation, the Spirit Emperor had already determined some things. Wild and untamed, he seemed modest, but he was actually domineering. Even in the face of a martial emperor, he did as he pleased. Among the three of them, Fong Ping was the weakest, but he was the most overbearing and savage. Even Sherpa and Luan did not say anything, but Spirit Emperor could sense some fear in them. Messi, she was not familiar with. However, she was extremely familiar with Sherpa. This fellow was also a thorn in the past. If he wasn't a thorn, he wouldn't have dared to have designs on her, much less call her Fatty Ling. Who would dare to peep at Emperor Ling's palace if he wasn't a prick? If he wasn't a prick, why would he dare to compete with that shameless Tengu for hundreds of years and refuse to admit defeat? Even so, when faced with Fong Ping, such a prickly person felt a hidden fear in his heart. An extremely young human king. This generation's human king. Spirit Emperor knew everything that happened in the small building. She had vaguely heard people mention this person. This generation's human king. Or should she call him the Devil King? Human Demon. Such a young fellow was called Human Demon. In addition to Yi's death, Fong Ping had also mentioned it downstairs. At that time, everyone's expressions made Spirit Emperor understand that this person was probably the one who killed the Divine Emperor's chief. He even dared to kill the Divine Emperor's people. Spirit Emperor thought to herself. She was not in a hurry to say these things. She said indifferently, "How is the situation in the three realms now?" Listening to this tone, Fong Ping judged that the other party did not know the situation in the three realms. Even if this was a clone, it was not the kind that had just entered. Otherwise, it should know the situation in the three realms. Fong Ping said with a smile, "The 9 emperors and 4 emperors are not out, and the few old monsters of Chu Wu are sealed. The three realms is still considered peaceful." The corner of Sher Po's mouth twitched. "Peaceful? What is peaceful in your eyes?" Spirit Emperor said coldly, "Recently the origin has been vibrating frequently. I have also sensed it. Sherpa, you tell him." Sherpa coughed lightly and glanced at Fong Ping. After thinking for a while, he said with a smile, "Peaceful? Not really. Many people have died. There are quite a few old acquaintances." Sherpa sighed. "The Weapon Master, Sky Chief, Yi Jian Yuanhua, and among the 8 kings except for King Kuan and King Qian, the rest are all dead. Among the 36 saints, less than 5 survived. The rest are also finished." Spirit Emperor was silent for a long time. After a long time, her voice became lower. "Back then, we did not kill so many people. Why did so many powerhouses die?" Even in her eyes, the Heavenly King was a powerhouse. Too many people had died, especially the Weapon Master. In the last battle, he had broken 8. There was also the Chu Wu Yuanhua, who was also a powerhouse who had broken 8. These people were all old acquaintances, even old friends. While Spirit Emperor was thinking about this, Fong Ping raised his eyebrows. Interesting. She actually knew about the last battle. This meant that she knew more than others. Of course, if she did not know about the current situation in the 3 realms, then she had been here for a long time. However, it would not be more than 8,000 years. When Sherpa heard this, he winked at Fong Ping and said with a smile, "Each generation is more despicable than the last. Some people are ruthless. Don't think that they are not strong. They will not pay for tricking people to death." Fong Ping smiled and said, Senior Sherpa? Don't scold yourself like that. Sherpa chuckled. On the other side, he crossed his legs and leaned against the sofa. He said lazily, What are you denying? Add some trump cards, and let this woman know that we are not to be trifled with. Luan was not stupid. She said directly, Now, in the three realms, the human race is the strongest. Those who broke 8 are the heavenly king subduing, the god creation envoy, and maybe that annoying stupid dog. Didn't the sea guardian cooperate with you before? Killing the sky chief is also breaking 8. You who broke 7, the martial king, and this stupid cat. I and Sherpa are now on your side. Moon spirit, that woman, is also pestering you. Fong Ping's face darkened. I admit to the previous ones. Moon spirit and I have nothing to do with each other. It's just a cooperation. He could not admit to this, messing with this bastard and gossiping. After he finished speaking, Spirit Emperor said lightly, This is out of my expectations. The three realms are dominated by the human race. It's just SOO. Fong Ping chuckled. It can't be compared to the Emperor. Once the Emperor comes out, how can we have our position? We can still kill them if we want to. It's like when there are no tigers in the mountains, the monkeys call themselves the king. Spirit Emperor said coldly, At least you know your limits. Fong Ping was not convinced by her words. He smiled and said, Although the Emperor is strong, he is not invincible. 1 broken 8 can't do it, but there is still some hope for 10 broken 8. A few days ago, the Emperor descended. Although I don't know how much effort he put in, it should be a lot. If it was too fake, no one would believe him. In the end, he was beaten like a grandson. The Emperor is strong, but it doesn't feel like he can suppress the three realms alone. Of course, the God Emperor and the Emperor of Heaven Reverse might be stronger, but it's not to that extent. If a group of broken 8 attack, there is still hope of killing them, right? Humph. Spirit Emperor sneered. Childish. The Emperor is immortal. Unless the Tao collapses, otherwise, even if the three realms collapse, the Emperor will not die. At most, he will die. There was still a difference between death and nirvana. One was possible to revive. It might take thousands of years, but there was still hope of resurrection. The other was complete death, unable to be reborn. Obviously, Spirit Emperor also had the domineering and majesty of the Emperor. Fong Ping said that he could kill the Emperor and wanted to suppress her. How could she let Fong Ping do as he wished? Senior also said that unless the Tao collapses, a few years ago it might not have happened, but now I think it's dangerous. Fong Ping said with a smile, The world behind the door has changed. The origin of the Tao has actually been broken. The Tao between the virtual gate and the real gate has actually been broken. According to my judgment, it may continue to be broken. A few guys want to transcend and no longer be puppets. They have also made arrangements in the world behind the door. Maybe Spirit Emperor is one of them. Fong Ping said playfully, Only you guys know what you want to do by making some fake Taos. I think the real gate will collapse sooner or later. The emperors are all looking for a way out now, right? They want to get rid of the restrictions, continue to dominate the three realms, and continue to maintain the majesty of the emperors. The emperors have their own plans. Some people probably still want to use others as stepping stones. When I transcend, the void left behind will be filled by others. You plot against me, I plot against you. I can't wait to kill the other party and completely transcend. I know all about these things. Senior, you don't have to be too polite with me. I may not understand what you know, but it doesn't mean I don't know. Fong Ping said lazily, Maybe I know some things that you think are mysterious. Let's talk about the seed. Forget it. It's fine not to talk about it. Senior, you hide a lot from me. I don't need to tell you everything, right? Spirit Emperor was silent. Sherpa and the other two also looked at Fong Ping in surprise. Sure, you are almost F*** connected to the three realms. You know everything. There are some things that they don't know. Spirit Emperor was silent for a while. Her voice was still cold. Even if you know, you can't change anything. Strength, I understand. Not enough strength is nonsense. Fang Ping said with a smile, so aren't I improving? I keep improving. Give me some time. Don't tell me I will become an emperor one day. That's not realistic. Breaking 8 will be fast. I think it will be a matter of a few months at most. It's not easy to break 9. It depends on luck. As for becoming stronger, I won't think about it now. Fang Ping joked and said with a smile, Senior, I've said a lot. I just asked you a question. Can't you answer it? Sherpa and Wan shut up now. Glib talk and negotiation. They felt that they were too far behind Fang Ping. They had a little self-awareness and did not get involved. Let Fang Ping talk. The two of them were responsible for the work. This fellow's glib tongue was really sharp. Spirit Emperor, who had a cold attitude before, was a little shaken after talking to him for a while. There was no way not to be shaken. Fang Ping knew too much. Not only that, this guy was really scary. Breaking 7 in 3 years, not far from breaking 8. Was he still King human? If the 3 realms had the most hope of becoming an emperor, one was the suppressing heavenly king, one was the god creation envoy, and one was the demon emperor, then the 4th person was definitely Fang Ping. The reason why Sherpa thought that the demon emperor was in the top 3 was because the other party founded the demon court. Of course, it still depended on the situation now. If the Tao tree succeeded, then it would be hard to say. The two of them did not speak. Spirit Emperor no longer hesitated and said coldly, I am now considered a combination of the origin projection and the avatar. The avatar can leave freely. The origin projection is just an illusion. But now it has merged into one. Although I have a certain amount of the original body's memories and strength, and even have a connection with the original body, I have lost my freedom. Is that so? Fang Ping touched his chin and murmured, I understand a little. You were originally an avatar controlled by the original body. In the end, you were stuffed into the control chip by the rules of this place. Now it's double control, but your strength is much stronger than before. Fang Ping roughly understood. Spirit Emperor's clone might have entered this place about 8,000 years ago and ended up fusing with the projection of the origin of this place. She lost her freedom, but she was also different from the general origin projection. On the human emperor's side, he was also an avatar, but he did not lose his freedom because he did not merge with that origin projection. There were pros and cons to Spirit Emperors doing this. The bad thing was that she could not leave. The good thing was that she could merge with the rules here. She might be able to borrow a part of the rules' power and even cultivate on her own. Fang Ping judged that she should be able to cultivate on her own. Otherwise, where did her vitality come from? No wonder her avatar was extremely strong. At the very least, it was at the point of breaking through 2 doors. She should have cultivated here for many years and absorbed a lot of vitality, which made her avatar extremely strong. Fang Ping thought of a question and said, Once Senior gets out of this place, can you merge with the original body? Yes. Spirit Emperor did not bother to deny it, and she could not. If Senior's avatar proves Tao and breaks through 9, will it be much stronger after merging with the original body? That's right. So, Senior is actually here to break through everything, leave this place and return to the original body? Or simply become the master yourself? Replace the real Spirit Emperor. Merge with the Spirit Emperor, and you become the master? Fang Ping smiled and said, You raised a fake cat. When you met the real cat, you didn't even touch it. Are you trying to distinguish it from the original body? A cold voice came from behind the curtain. Being too smart might not be a good thing. What's wrong with that? Fang Ping said nonchalantly, anyone would think that way. Who would be willing to be someone else's substitute? Even if it's an avatar. After leaving for a long time, can it still be considered an avatar? I have my own life here. I've lived for so many years. If I calculate it, it might be 70 to 80,000 years. After all, the flow of time here is different from the outside world. I've lived longer than the real Spirit Emperor. It's completely understandable that I want to be the master. Fang Ping was carefree, but Sure Po's expression changed. Seeing this, Fang Ping smiled and said, Senior Sure Po, you don't care if it's real or fake. Anyway, it's one body. Anyway, it's not interesting to you. Maybe this fake one will be more interesting to you. Sure Po's expression was ugly. He looked behind the curtain and said in a low voice, You want to replace the real body? Spirit Emperor did not expect Fang Ping to think so much in the blink of an eye. At this moment, she said coldly, It's one body. How can you say it's replaced? After the fusion, whether her consciousness takes over the main body or my consciousness takes over the main body, I'll still be Spirit Emperor. Fang Ping suddenly smiled and said, Don't worry, there's another possibility. Senior's real body and this avatar are extremely powerful, but they're limited by the origin Tao. Could it be that Senior wants one of them to become the existence that fills the origin and liberates the other part? Fang Ping touched his chin and said, as if he was talking in his sleep, It's also possible. Which emperor doesn't have an avatar or something? Of course, this has to be powerful. But how can an avatar become powerful so easily, so it's very difficult to replace the main body and become a part of the fusion of Tao? You know a lot. Spirit Emperor's tone became colder. This guy seemed to know everything. Fang Ping smiled and said, It's just S.O. I got it from asking around. Asking around here, asking a few questions there, and adding some guesses. Won't I be able to guess some things? Spirit Emperor's purpose is nothing more than these. First, fusion. Second, one part is suppressed and the other part is liberated. Third, seize opportunities, such as seed projection or something to strengthen oneself. Fang Ping chuckled and said, Senior, tell us, what can we do? What can Senior provide us? That Tao Tree guy probably wants to prove his Tao and become an emperor. Although I'm not familiar with that guy, he's obviously my enemy. Senior becomes stronger, or that guy becomes stronger. Of course. I choose Senior to become stronger. Of course, Senior has to give us some soup to drink. After we drink the soup, then everything can be discussed. Although Tao Tree is strong, after I call on my friends and family, plus you, Spirit Emperor, it won't be difficult to get rid of it. Of course, we still have to be wary of that guy, Emperor. He's also a sinister guy. Be careful that he's ready to take advantage of the situation. Spirit Emperor. After about 10 seconds of silence, Spirit Emperor said lightly, You've said everything that needs to be said. You're very domineering, very strong, and you want to take the initiative the moment you come. You're very similar to Earthly Emperor in the past, and this may not be a good thing. Earthly Emperor is like this too? Fang Ping smiled and said, Don't say if Earthly Emperor is really like this. I quite like it. His two sons, Hong Kuan and Earthly Emperor, are somewhat similar. Actually, I quite like this kind of open opponent. When I say I want to be your enemy, I'll be your enemy. If you're unhappy, I'll fight you. That's quite good. But I have to learn from people like Emperor God and Emperor. For example, Hong Yu, I don't like him. Even if he smiles like a fool, I still think he's a shady guy, and I can't be bothered to deal with him. Fang Ping was the kind of person who gave orders, full of vigor. In his eyes, there were some people who could be looked up to, and some people who did not need to be looked up to. That included the emperors. Of course, people like Earthly Emperor and Hong Kuan die quickly too. It's very normal. Fang Ping smiled and said, Senior, let's not talk about this. Time is tight, lest the benefits are taken away by others if I'm late in the later stages. Senior, just tell us what you want us to do. Spirit Emperor seemed to be exhaling. Dealing with people like Fang Ping was sometimes very annoying. He had already told you everything. All you had to do was agree. Disagree. This was extremely unsuitable for the domineering emperors. They had always been the ones who could make decisions with a word. Since when was it up to others to teach them what to do? Moreover, this person was still very young. Spirit Emperor suppressed the displeasure in his heart and said coldly, If you really want to cooperate, then it's very simple. Destroy the tree's plan. Of course, not before clearing the stage, but after. The tree is waiting for you at the final stage, so that you can clear the stage together. Before that, you have to cooperate with it, clear the last stage, and see the seed of rebirth. I will appear at that time and snatch the seed of rebirth. And you have to help me stop the tree. No problem. Fang Ping agreed readily, but Spirit Emperor dared not believe it. It was too satisfying. Fang Ping smiled and said, "We're all powerhouses. There's no need for so much nonsense. The tree and I don't get along. I just killed E, so we're obviously not family. Can I make it stronger? So if you want to snatch it, of course, I'll support you." Common interests. Common interests are the basis of cooperation. Only then can it be a win-win situation. Senior, you don't have to suspect anything. Of course, when that time comes, if I have the chance, I'll see if I can get a share of the loot. This is also normal. Senior, you can't not snatch it for me, right? We're all smart people. The so-called cooperation is to be partial to you, to kill the tree together, and then we'll rely on our own abilities. I like to say this openly, lest we plot against each other and give the enemy a chance. I hate this kind of situation the most. Having said that, Fang Ping added, "This is the senior's request." To be honest, before this, my idea was to kill the Dao tree before it breaks through the barrier. Since the senior has said so, then the risk we're taking is huge. It's fine to take risks. Are martial artists afraid of taking risks? If there are benefits, we'll dare to kill emperors. Let's see if it's worth it. How about this, Stony Pa and Luan Poba? As for me, I just need some vitality to forge my jade bones. Fang Ping calculated for a while and said, "Get me some unification fusion power. Get some for Ash too. After all, it was a cat you raised back then. Look at the cat you're raising now, it's so fat. It's obvious that you treated Ash badly back then. Just do it as a token." Luan, Stony Pa, and Ash looked at Fang Ping together, their eyes full of admiration. "You make it sound so simple." Spirit Emperor, on the other hand, was a little sullen. Her voice was no longer cold as she said in a low voice, "If you want these, I can give them to you. But after it's done, I won't release the eagle until I see the rabbit." Fang Ping chuckled. "You're not generous enough. Women are women. If I go to Emperor now, believe it or not, he'll turn around and provide it to me as long as I agree to help him. I, Fang Ping, represent not only me, but also suppressing Heavenly King, God-crafting envoy, and even a group of beginner powerhouses. Together with Stony Pa and the others, I dare say that no one in the three realms can provide this force. Whichever side we're partial to, that side will most likely be the winner. This is my confidence and capital. Moreover, this is also a risky matter. A group of Pobo will risk their lives to fight powerhouses for your goal. Do I need this much?" Fang Ping laughed. "I'm giving face to Ash. That's why I'm giving them a preferential price. If it's not Ash, you want to dismiss me with this?" Senior Spirit Emperor, do you think I've never seen good things? That day in the world behind the door, that unknown fellow wanted to give me 10 drops of true blood in order to keep my secret. He asked me not to destroy his projection. I didn't even agree. I, Fang Ping, have seen a lot of good things. Senior, don't think that I'm asking for too much. I've always been fair." Stony Pa and Luan cursed in their hearts. "Have some shame. You treat your own people with nothing to say. You're quite fair. But to outsiders, when have you ever been fair?" Fang Ping was still quite good to his own people. Li Hansong's forging of jade bones and Ash's forging of jade bones could be said to have been fought for by Fang Ping for them. Fang Ping himself had not succeeded in forging, but none of Fang Ping's enemies had taken advantage of him. Although Spirit Emperor did not know what kind of person he was, he knew that he could not easily trust this fellow. His voice was slightly cold. "What if you don't do all that in the end?" Fang Ping laughed. "I said, I'll help you solve the problem of the Dao tree. I can guarantee this. If we can't do it, it means that we've lost. There's no other way. But if there's a chance, the Tao tree will definitely be taken care of by us. You just have to believe this. Also, I can't guarantee that you'll be the big winner in the end. I can only say that it depends on luck. Maybe the benefits will be mine. It depends on your ability. If I break 7 gates, you have the ability to break at least 2 gates. If you don't even have this bit of confidence, don't fight for it. As he said that, Fang Ping grabbed the big cat on his shoulder and laughed. If you don't believe me, Big Cat can be the witness. You've raised this cat for many years. It won't go so far as to cheat you. After all, it's a cat in love. Other than being a little stupid, it still has some credibility. Meow. The cat looked innocent. A liar swearing to a cat. What a scary feeling. Behind the gauze curtain, Spirit Emperor's eyes flickered. Suddenly she said, Ash, in the past, if I wanted to hug you, I had to feed you. Why do I treat this person differently? She did not answer Fang Ping's question, nor did she agree to Fang Ping's conditions. She was indeed a little strange. The cat's attitude towards Fang Ping was different. In the past, even she, although the cat was raised in the Spirit Emperor Palace, it was also a proud cat. There were no benefits. If you want to play with a cat, dream on. Now, Fang Ping could make it round and flat at will. Was this still a cat? Meow, big humph. The cold snort sounded again. The cat looked aggrieved. All right, I won't shout any more. Big, the liar smells good. I can eat delicious food, eat big fish, and drink Emperor beverage, Spirit Emperor said coldly. He's a pawn of the Celestial Emperor. I don't know. The cat was at a loss. How would it know this? Spirit Emperor frowned slightly. Fang Ping said lazily, don't think about it. Even if I'm a pawn of the Celestial Emperor, he has to be able to control me. If he can't control me and wants to be my enemy, I'll kill him. It's that simple. Did the cat come from the Celestial Emperor? If that was the case, Tian Chen still had to be on guard. Understood. By the way, your relationship with the Celestial Emperor is not ordinary, right? Humph. Nonsense. Spirit Emperor snorted coldly. Sherpa scolded directly. Fang Ping smiled and said casually, True Spirit Emperor is not here. What's the big deal? Back then, Spirit Emperor told Martial King that the cat could look for the Celestial Emperor if something happened. When Tian Chen killed the fire god, he also died. Someone secretly protected his origin. Forget it. I can't be bothered to care about you people. Do as you please. I'm not stupid. These so-called secrets, I just don't take them seriously. He guessed that Spirit Emperor and the Celestial Emperor were related. Apart from other things, did adopting the cat mean that he really liked cats? Maybe. Chapter 1330. The Fang Ping of today was no longer the newbie who had just come into contact with martial arts and did not know anything. He had come into contact with many things and powerhouses. The places that he had been to, such as the world behind the door, the emperors might not have been to all of them. Connecting these clues, he knew no less than anyone else. In addition, Fang Ping liked to add some of his own guesses. Under normal circumstances, after combining the clues, even if his judgment was wrong, some of it would be true. It was true. For those who knew, it was a crushing aura. Fang Ping had suppressed Spirit Emperor. Sherpa and Luan both felt a little bit about this. Spirit Emperor did not lose his composure and did not show anything, but a seemingly disdainful snort made Sherpa feel that he was trying to cover it up. When all the clues were combined, they could not help but think Spirit Emperor and Celestial Emperor. Were they related? Tian Chen was probably saved by her. The message she left in Spirit Emperor Palace said that if Cat was in trouble, he could go to Celestial Emperor. After Tian Chen died, she adopted Cat and Heavenly Dog were said to be left behind by Celestial Emperor. All of this was saying something. Sherpo's eyes flickered, and he said nothing. After a while, Sherpa suddenly said impatiently, Fatty Spirit and the others are that guy's disciples. What's wrong, kid? What are you thinking? Fang Ping said lazily, nothing. I said it's related. It's a master-disciple relationship. Old Sure, why are you so nervous? Fong Ping joked and laughed. Don't mind these minor details. In this day and age, in order to transcend, the father can cheat the son, and the son can cheat the father. Don't talk about cheating each other, master and disciple falling out, moral decay, what hasn't happened? I've seen it many times, and I've long gotten used to it. Only humans, young, energetic, hot-blooded, and martial artists can still keep their hearts. Old antiques who have lived for tens of thousands of years. To be honest, are they still human when their humanity has been obliterated? There was a hint of sarcasm in these words. Sherpa said nothing, and Luan yawned and did not reply. Did Fong Ping slander them? He really did not. He had lived for too long, so long, that he had really become indifferent to some feelings. Martial artists were too young, so young that some people thought they were childish. However, this group of childish people guarded that ridiculous persistence and protection and became stronger. Sometimes he was envious. Once upon a time they were also young. However, time was merciless. Tens of thousands of years had passed, and one's life was about to reach its end. Too many things had been erased. Emperor Ling Huang didn't continue this topic and said indifferently, I'll give you the things later. I don't have them now, Trying to get something for nothing? Fong Ping could not help but laugh. I don't think so. Senior, this is a joke. I won't go back on my word. Spirit Emperor said coldly, Once I say it, there will be no mishaps. Really? Fong Ping laughed. All right, forget it then. Retreat. Fong Ping put away the tea table, snatched the teapot from Sherpo's hands, and put away the sofa immediately. He smiled and said, Forget it. Senior, let's go after you've sent us off. How would I dare to take it seriously when you're trying to gain something without risking anything? Senior, please don't joke around. No. Fong Ping curled his lips. 10,000 years in the outside world is 100,000 years in here. If you steal one live fish a year, you'll have 100,000 in 100,000 years. Don't say that you can't steal them. If you couldn't steal them, would you have cultivated to this point? It's not like I don't understand the rules here. Although the power of the rule is strong, you can use the rules to seek your own benefits within a limited range. Take Heavenly Emperor Zhan's level, for example. In the level, the gray cat's projection, second cat collected hundreds of live fish. It even sent dozens of gray cats. Senior, you can't be worse than a cat's projection, right? If that's the case, don't cooperate with her. I don't want to cooperate with such a stupid person, lest I get cheated. At this time, the gray cat happened to take out a live fish and was eating it as if to prove something. Spirit Emperor's eyes were cold. Suddenly, he looked at the gray cat, a little aggrieved. This stupid cat, what are you trying to say? The gray cat looked aggrieved. What are you doing? I'm hungry. What are you doing? Big fatty, you don't like cats anymore. Sob, sob, sob. The gray cat felt aggrieved. How aggrieved? I'm here. It's fine if you didn't give me food. It's fine if you hugged 3 cats. I'm eating my own food. You still stare at me. You don't like cats anymore. So sad. So sad. Spirit Emperor. Spirit Emperor was a little tired. She shouted in a low voice, Why are you crying? This cat still wanted to cry. She was speechless. I didn't do anything to you, did I? The gray cat sobbed. Its fat body trembled. Fong Ping patted the cat's head and smiled. What are you aggrieved about? After all, it's not the real body. I don't have any feelings for you. The real body treats you like this, no matter how aggrieved you are. It's just a clone. Just be an outsider. Don't you understand it yourself? Second cat and third cat are not your gray cats, are they? That's true. The gray cat nodded. It made sense. The liar was right. This was a fake big fatty. It was not real. Then it did not feel aggrieved. At this moment, even her feelings for this fake Spirit Emperor had lessened a lot. This time, Spirit Emperor was not separated by the curtain. The curtain disappeared. Spirit Emperor stood up, looked at Fang Ping, and said coldly, "Do you think you can change anything by not cooperating? Previously, you were the one who took the initiative to seek all this." This was Fang Ping who took the initiative to seek cooperation, not her. "Then I don't want to do it now." Fang Ping shrugged, grabbed the teacup in Luan's hand, and said angrily, "What? It's only made by a true god-level monster plant. Are you that poor?" This guy actually wanted to be greedy. Poor bastard. Luan was embarrassed. She scolded in her heart. Didn't he look good? In the future, when he went out, sitting on a soft chair, drinking tea and talking to people, wouldn't that make him look good? This bastard, he was not even willing to give a cup. Stingy bastard. Luan scolded in her heart. There was no expression on her face, as if she did not understand at all. At this moment, Spirit Emperor's aura overflowed. He said coldly, "Come and go as you please. Since you know all this, silence her." Fang Ping suddenly became excited. He roared, "Both of you, get your weapons and kill her. She wants to silence us first. 100,000 years, 100,000 fish. It's enough for us to forge our jade bones 5 times. He was also regretful. It was not easy to make a move. Sure, this bastard seemed to be a little uncertain. Would he be willing to leave just like that? Of course not. Of course not. After talking for so long and wasting so much time, how could Fang Ping be willing to leave just like that with nothing? Silence her? Sure. I like it. Breaking 2 doors, right? Did he break 3 doors? Probably not. Then it might not be impossible. As long as there was a chance, he would do it. Fang Ping was excited. This performance was beyond Spirit Emperor's expectations. This was the first time something like this had happened. Under normal circumstances, should the other party not turn pale with fright and be eager to escape? She was still a little surprised. Fang Ping had already picked up his staff and roared, "Celestial polarity, King Huai, Yuan gang, come out all of you. Spirit Emperor is going crazy. He's going to kill someone. Kill her together." Boom! A staff swept through the sky. "I've been tired of talking nonsense with you for a long time. 100,000 years. Moreover, it was a doppelganger that knew how to steal. This was not a puppet that was completely restricted by the rules. This was a doppelganger that had a very strong self-awareness. There must be treasures hidden inside. Other things aside, there was definitely a lot of vitality. That cat was as fat as a pig. It was obvious that it ate a lot of vitality. Fang Ping's staff was unexpected. It was extremely fast. It was as if he had been prepared to do it a long time ago. Even Li Han-song did not know when he had merged with him again. He did not remove it at all. Emperor armor appeared directly. The speed of the force outburst was extraordinarily fast. Fang Ping seemed to be waiting for it. Of course, Fang Ping was not stupid. He directly exposed everything about Spirit Emperor. If he wanted to leave now, would Spirit Emperor agree so easily? Obviously, there was still room for negotiation. But Fang Ping was not going to do it. He wanted to kill everything in one go. As soon as he moved, Luan could not hold it in any more. He was really jealous of Fang Ping's gains. This fellow was also a very daring person. When he heard Fang Ping's analysis that Spirit Emperor had saved 100,000 years of life force, when he thought of the 100,000 fish just like that, he also went crazy. Benefits moved people's hearts. Spirit Emperor was not his real body. What was there to be afraid of? Kill her, old Sure. Kill the fake one and take the real one. Luan roared. A great sword appeared in his hand. Ji Yun's sword, a semi-divine weapon. He did not take it out earlier. Obviously, he was not serious before. Right now, Luan's vitality outburst almost broke through the roof of the building. This small building had been operated by Spirit Emperor for many years. It was also formed by rules and was extremely sturdy. But today, both Luan and Fang Ping were crazy. Even the rules were somewhat broken. Sure Po's expression kept changing. Fong Ping swung his staff and roared, "You can't be decisive. Serves you right to be a spare tire. F***CK." Although Sherpa did not really understand what Beitai meant, he knew it was not something good. His face darkened. Then a long spear appeared in his hand. A silver long spear. In Fong Ping's source world, the origin realm suddenly trembled. Fong Ping released the origin realm instantly. The origin realm flew out. At this moment, the origin realm suddenly turned into a set of silver armor, covering Sherpo's body. Sherpa murmured, "You newbies are starting to look down on me. When I'm famous in the three realms, you guys are nothing." As soon as he finished speaking, the silver armor and the silver long spear exploded. Sherpa laughed heartily and said loudly, "I have not reached the point where I am blinded by lust. Today, King Breaker returns." Kaboom! The sky shattered. Endless origin, chi, surged into his body. A long spear, mixed with the nauseating smell of blood, rushed towards Spirit Emperor. Spring Guardian? Who the F***CK is the Spring Guardian? A top-notch powerhouse who dared to challenge the Emperor would not be the Spring Guardian. Kill! The three powerhouses attacked instantly, almost without any hesitation. Spirit Emperor's expression was cold. The treasure sword in his hand was unsheathed. The sword swung out and stabbed toward Fong Ping. The tip of the sword touched lightly. The long staff in Fong Ping's hand trembled violently. His hand could not hold on to the long staff. With a bang, the flesh on his hand exploded. The long sword attacked Fong Ping's eyes again. Sherpa and Luan did not care. If he could not block one move, Fong Ping was useless. If he died, he would die in vain. So arrogant. If he did not have the strength, who would let him be arrogant? Do you think I am easy to bully? Fong Ping shouted coldly. With a rumble, all the strength in his body turned into force. At this moment, Fong Ping's combat strength also climbed to the peak. God-slaying. Until now, he had not thoroughly tried the new god-slaying saber technique. In the battle with Heavenly Emperor, Fong Ping had gained a lot. The long staff was like a knife. There was no flesh on his hand. However, Fong Ping did not seem to feel it. He held the long staff firmly and swept it toward the long sword. No retreat. When powerhouses fought, the taboo for the weak was to retreat. If he retreated, his weakness would be exposed, and he would become more and more passive. Only kill. Fight to the death and not retreat. He was not the only one here. There were two other top-notch powerhouses. What was he afraid of? Rumble. The great battle broke out instantly. This was no longer the previous test. It was a desperate battle. Fong Ping was jealous of the 100,000 years' worth of reserves. If he could seize it and bring it back, it would definitely be an incomparably huge gain. Old Zhang could forge jade bones. He could forge jade bones. Old Wang might be able to too, including metal-swallowing beast Old Manly. What they lacked was this kind of incomparably strong vitality. In the outside world, there was no vitality at all. A fish's vitality was comparable to a saint's. Even if you beat Heavenly Wood to death, it would still be difficult for it to condense a fish's vitality. Only here, only where this kind of subprojection was, would there be so much vitality. The ones that Song Cat had exchanged earlier were almost used up by the man and the cat. Who knew if there were any more checkpoints later? Even if there were facing top-notch powerhouses like the Dao Tree, Fong Ping felt that Spirit Emperor was still easier to deal with. Kill her. Good stuff. Bang. The roof exploded. The four powerhouses fought. The weakest Fong Ping was now at peak break 7. It even surpassed the battle at the earthly sovereign's side. The aftermath was terrifying to the extreme. Boom! The earth trembled. Underground, celestial pole's vitality erupted. He gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice, "Hang in there." I guessed it. He knew it was nothing good. Sure enough, he was crazy. 3 powerhouses at peak break 7 and 1 at peak break 8 were were fighting with all their might. Beside him, Shangnan was simply praising his prince as a god. The prince was really amazing. There had not been any big movements before. He had thought that the prince was worrying too much and making a mountain out of a molehill. Now he really had foresight. Underground, there were people squeezing in from the side. King Huai said telepathically, "Prince, how about defending together? One more person means more power?" Scram! Celestial Pole was furious. "Scram, you jinx. If you come again, I will kill you. And Yuan Gang, get out of my sight. You guys defend yourselves." Motherf asterisk her. These two wanted to join in too. Scram! Didn't they know what kind of trash they were? King Huai and Yuan Gang were sullen. How much better were you than us? But at this moment, they could not care so much. The place was only so big. A great battle had broken out outside. Vitality rampaged, and the power of the rule bombarded in all directions. It was getting stronger and stronger. Even the saints could not withstand it. "Everyone else, come and gather!" King Huai said quickly. Seeing that some true gods and venerable emperors were hesitating, he said angrily, "Idiots, you will die if you don't come. If you come, you still have a chance." Some people's eyes flickered slightly. Then they gritted their teeth and gathered toward them. Yes, they would die if they did not go. If they went, they might have a chance to survive. Although these two jinxes were very troublesome, the fact that they were able to survive until now meant that they were still lucky. Although he felt that the probability of death was not low when he was with them. Water power was about to go over when Celestial Pole grabbed him. "Go my ass. I didn't ask you to scram. You were on Fong Ping's side." Needless to say, this battle was provoked by Fong Ping. In this case, it would be safer to bring Fong Ping's people. These Celestial Pole sects knew. Water power was surprised, but with the protection of a heavenly king, it was better than King Huai and the others. Without any nonsense, both sides quickly put up a shield together. The aftermath of the battle outside was getting stronger and stronger. Couldn't these guys be quiet for a while? Everyone was sullen and indignant. Couldn't they just obediently feed the cat and pass the test? They were all King crazy. Break! A long spear, shattering heaven and earth, broke through the air and stabbed toward Spirit Emperor's throat. Spirit Emperor's face was cold. His long sword instantly exploded, turning into countless thin swords. In the blink of an eye, they formed a sword array, enveloping the long spear. Countless long swords shot toward Sherpa. Sherpa took a step back, but Spirit Emperor was not interested in him. The tens of thousands of swords in front of Sherpa suddenly disappeared. On the other side, Fong Ping felt a great sense of crisis. Tens of thousands of swords suddenly appeared above his head and fell down. "Do you think you are qualified to use a sword?" Fong Ping let out a furious roar. Demonic martial sword. The long staff was like a sword. At this moment, Fong Ping's flesh and blood surged. His flesh and blood melted instantly, merging into the long staff. At this moment, in the void, figures appeared one after another, merging into the long sword in an instant. Demon martial sword. The combat techniques that Li Chongsheng and the others had used were passed down by the old vice-chancellor of MCMAU. It was not considered a top-notch combat technique. There was only one thing about it, which was to integrate one's strength and slash at all costs. The current Fong Ping was extremely powerful. When this sword was unleashed in the source world, Zhang Tao directly brought the old vice-chancellor and the others into it. Slash! Buzz! A sword that could break the sky. Although Spirit Emperor was strong, were you a sword Dao expert? Even if you were, it was nothing because your sword was not as ruthless as mine. The sword was meant to kill. The neo-martial techniques only attacked and did not defend. They focused on killing, giving everything they had just to burst out with greater lethality. In the past, Fong Ping had also learned Li Zhen's void-piercing sword, Old Man Li's longevity sword, his Sattva sword, and his Terminator sword. He did not really use the sword. He felt that the murderous aura of the sword was not strong enough. Today, however, he was using the sword. Boom! The sky was blasted by the sword gleam. A giant hand materialized in the void. Fang Ping snorted coldly. Look at this rule. Who am I going to kill? You stowaway. You're even more sinful than us. Rumble. Tens of thousands of swords were shattered. Fang Ping's demonic martial sword appeared and slashed through tens of thousands of swords. However, Fang Ping's emperor armor was pierced through by the tens of thousands of swords. Sword chi exploded inside his body. His flesh and blood had long disappeared. At this moment, streaks of white marks appeared on his bones. Crack! Some bones were directly broken. He was stronger than Hong Yu. With the emperor armor between them, thousands of swords broke dozens of Fang Ping's bones. Fang Ping's bones were much stronger than before. 85% jade bone honing. Even so, he still could not block this sword. This old woman is quite domineering. Ha ha ha! He raised his great sword. The moment Spirit Emperor attacked Fang Ping, he seized the opportunity. His sword was swift and fierce, slashing down like thunder. Bang! Spirit Emperor's scabbard flew up, blocking the sword. However, at this moment, a flash of silver light flashed. With a squelch, it pierced through her jade-like hand. Drip! A drop of scarlet blood dripped. Boom! The power of the rule exploded, instantly destroying this drop of blood. Spirit Emperor turned her head, looking at Sherpa, who was holding the spear. Suddenly she sighed. You want to kill me? You're not her. Sherpa was cold. You're not her. Even if she dies, she will never compromise. After all, you're just a fake. You're just a clone. How dare you call yourself Spirit Emperor? You're insulting her. I'll kill you. Boom. At this moment, Sherpa was really incomparably powerful. His spear was like a silver dragon. It was not enough to pierce through Spirit Emperor's palm. He pulled out the spear and attacked again, aiming at various vital points. Throat, eyes, heart, to powerhouses. These vital points might not be vital anymore. However, it was easier to break through defenses. Sherpo's spear was too fast. It was so fast that Fang Ping could not see how many times he attacked in an instant. Spirit Emperor waved her jade-like hand. The sound of metal colliding was endless. Spirit Emperor's expression changed slightly. Her voice was cold. Don't force me. At this moment, the three of them suddenly retreated. In the void, there was a rumble. The rule's giant hand descended. Spirit Emperor slashed with her sword, shattering the giant hand directly. At this moment, she was like an ice goddess. Her entire body was overflowing with cold air. She looked at the three of them, her aura stronger than before. Sherpa saw something at a glance. He said coldly, You're hiding your strength? No, you don't dare to use it. After all, you're a stowaway. Once you use it, the rule will definitely discover everything. You're very strong. Maybe a peak broken gate, too. Maybe a broken gate 9. Sherpa was no longer as naive as before. He said coldly, Do you dare to use it? If you can't kill us in one move, you'll be killed by the rule. Juan also grinned. You can scare those cowards, Hong Yu. Are you trying to scare us? Old woman, you're not enough. Let your real body come. Hee, Spirit Emperor probably thinks that we're those ancient heavenly kings. Juan, are we? Fang Ping also chuckled. The three of them looked like eagles, extremely sharp. Broken Gate 9? This might be the source of Spirit Emperor's confidence, but they were all top-notch powerhouses. They found a loophole in the blink of an eye. Spirit Emperor dared not use it all. Otherwise, the rule's power would definitely destroy her a stowaway. And this scene had actually just happened before. Fang Ping. Yes, in the earthly sovereign stage, Fang Ping was actually also in the position of Spirit Emperor. He was also activating the rule's power. Even if he had to die with them, he had to kill Li Zhu and the rest. Li Zhu and the rest were unwilling to continue fighting, so they gave up. Hong Kuan ran away directly. If Hong Kuan and the rest were here, they might choose Fang Ping. But Fang Ping and the rest really cared about money more than their lives. Who would be afraid of Spirit Emperor's threat? Not far away, Old Cat protected the fat third cat. Riding on third cat's head, it muttered, "Fake Fatty can't scare them. These rascals are even more rascals than me. Even big dogs can't compare to them." Third cat looked worried and it meowed. Old Cat patted its fat head and muttered, "Don't be afraid, it's okay. You just want to be the boss, just like me. I'm your boss. Liars and Fake Fatty are actually fighting to be the boss too." Both sides started fighting without saying a word. They also had some thoughts of parting. If they could kill, they would kill. If they couldn't, they had to force one side to give in. They were all top-notch powerhouses. It was useless to talk. Whoever gave in would lose half the battle. Fang Ping wanted to get the benefits first. Spirit Emperor let them do the work first. This had to be done by one side. Now, it was up to who could hold on. If Spirit Emperor did not use his true strength, he would be killed today. The three of them would not be lenient. P.S. Promote the new book by the author, Hidden Arrow, Invincible as soon as it appears. Everyone support and collect it. Thank you. Chapter 1331. Beside the dilapidated building, Emperor Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind. Thousands of swords circled around her body, her expression dark. The three realms had really changed. In the past, even a level 7 clone could shock the three realms, much less such a powerful clone. Now, she had already revealed her ability to break through 2 gates. She was even about to reveal her ability to break through 9 gates. These people's eyes were still burning, wishing they could tear her apart the next moment. Compromise? She still had the majesty and dignity of an emperor. She was not as tolerant as the emperor. Her heart was burning with anger, but she was not willing to compromise with these people. Must you all force me to kill you all? If you leave now, I will send you all to break through. This was her bottom line. As for silencing them, she now knew that it would be difficult. It was not that there was no other way, but if she really went all out, her years of planning would be in vain. Juan chuckled. After fighting for so long, my injuries are not light. If you give me tens of thousands of dried fish like Fang Ping's, of course, we will leave obediently. Tens of thousands. Fang Ping wanted to roll his eyes. This Luan really dared to say that. When he said 100,000, it was just a casual remark. For Emperor Ling to condense 1 in 10 years was already considered impressive. It was not that she could not condense more. The key was that her clone needed to cultivate 2. Saving 1 in 10 years was already considered not bad. She said 100,000 years. Had Emperor Ling been here for 100,000 years? That might not be the case. If she could save a few thousand, it would already be considered not being wasteful. It might even be less. You're asking for death. Emperor Ling was also holding her breath. Hearing Juan speak rudely again, her gaze was as sharp as a knife. With a cold glint, she slashed at Juan's side. She stepped on the void and retreated continuously. Blood flowed from her mouth, but she still smiled. This old woman is strong enough. This is what I like about you. Die. No dogs in the world. A roar shook the surroundings. At this moment, countless Luan appeared in the world. Countless Luan punched, slapped, kicked. In the blink of an eye, they shrouded Emperor Ling from all directions. The overlord of the chaotic era was not someone to be trifled with. Insignificant tricks. Emperor Ling's cold voice rang out. Destroy the world. At this moment, the aura of the spiritual emperor was terrifyingly strong. With a swing of his sword, countless chaotic explosions occurred. Far away, Luan's main body was sent flying backward. Countless sword wounds appeared on his body, and blood was gushing out. Sherpa stabbed out with his spear, not towards Ling Huang, but to block in front of Luan. At this moment, a thin sword suddenly appeared, colliding with a long spear. With a rumbling sound, the spear had exploded, and the thin sword disappeared. Luan was struck by the aftershock, and blood gushed out of her mouth as she was sent flying again. On the other side, just as the Spirit Emperor was about to continue, he suddenly frowned. In the void, an incomparably solid giant hand directly broke through the void and instantly appeared above her head. The large hand suddenly clenched. Rumble. The Spirit Emperor slashed out with his sword, creating a crack in the palm of the huge hand. He quickly suppressed his own aura, and the huge hand hovered for a moment before disappearing in an instant. Fang Ping, on the other hand, quickly met up with Luan and Sherpa. The expressions of the three of them were very heavy, and their faces were extremely pale. However, they were smiling inexplicably, even somewhat malevolent. This old woman is really strong, quite powerful. Just now, she had at least broken 8 peak combat strength. Both of you, do you still dare to fight her? Fang Ping chuckled. It's fine as long as you're not afraid. There are good and bad things about this place. Her combat strength is slightly restricted, unless she can avoid the rules. However, we are outnumbered, so we might not be able to defeat her. As he said that, Fang Ping bared his teeth. Both of you delay. Let's try our luck. Delay until another broken 8 enters the game. When Hong Kuin and the rest arrive, we'll be in danger. However, if someone else comes. When the Forging God envoy or the Heavenly Hound arrives, we'll win. Fang Ping spat out a mouthful of blood foam and smiled malevolently. Or if Sky Arm, Underworld God, and the rest come, it'll work too. Especially Sky Arm, his jade bones are not complete. If he knows what we're fighting for, he'll be tempted. Right now, there were still many broken 8 in this mystic realm. When the enemy arrived, they would be in big trouble. However, when it came to their own people, or those who had just entered martial arts, Ling Huang might be in big trouble. When Fang Ping said to bet on luck, he really meant it. If Hung Yu and the rest came, Fang Ping guaranteed that those people would deal with him, and they would definitely not be Ling Huang. They probably couldn't wait for Ling Huang's avatar to leave or participate in the last round. But for Fang Ping, it would be best if he died early and reincarnated. Sherpa thought for a moment and smiled. The chances are not small, and the chances of winning are even higher. Then let's go. Heavenly Hound, Forging God Envoy, Heavenly King, Suppressing King, Sky Arm, Underworld God, these guys could be considered as helpers. Even the Demon Emperor might be a helper, unless the 2 fellows from the Imperial family came, or Li Zhu or King Qian came. In terms of numbers, their chances of winning were higher. For powerhouses like them, as long as the chances of winning were greater than the chances of losing, it was definitely worth the gamble. Ling Huang frowned again. The greed in these few lunatics' eyes was obvious. Obviously, they were not ready to give up. She had unleashed a very powerful strength just now. Otherwise, she would not have been able to seriously injure Luan with one sword. However, she was also targeted by the power of the rule. If she unleashed her strength again, the power of the rule would definitely continue to target her, and it would become more and more serious. At this moment, Ling Huang was also having a headache. There would definitely be more people coming for this round. No matter who it was, it would not be a good thing for her. What are you guys trying to do? Ling Huang looked at the 3 of them, a little angry. She spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed happily. Tens of thousands of fish. I've already told you so many times, and you still ask. If you don't, I'll beat you to death. You be *th. Bastard. Ling Huang snorted. In the next moment, thousands of swords exploded again, covering the 3 of them. The 3 of them did not hesitate, unleashing their strength one after another, smashing the thin swords. At this moment, Ling Huang snorted coldly again, suddenly no longer controlling the long swords, but broke through the air. A pair of jade-colored arms tore through the void, and both palms struck at Fang Ping. Retreat. Sherpa roared. Fong Ping also roared crazily, quickly breaking through the sky. Danger! This woman was here. How could she not have forged her jade bones? A powerhouse who had broken through the peak of the 8th jade bone realm had a terrifyingly strong physique. Although Fong Ping dodged, he was still a little too late. Boom! A pair of palms hit Fong Ping's right leg. The armor on his leg was the divine artifact Emperor armor, but it was still no match. With a boom, the Emperor armor caved in, and Fong Ping's leg bone broke with a crack. Shi Po's spear exploded again, hitting Ling Huang's palm. He took a few steps back, but also left a bloody mark on her palm. Ling Huang was only slightly injured, but at this moment a large hand appeared in the void again, smacking her head. Damn it! Ling Huang snarled, raising her hand to hit the palm. At this moment, Fong Ping, whose leg was broken, gritted his teeth. You, Ling Huang, like to break people's legs, right? I've long heard of it. Today, you broke your own leg. How could you tolerate it? Just as Ling Huang counterattacked the rule palm, Fong Ping snorted, instantly broke through the air, and smashed his staff down from the sky. This time, he directly mixed into the rule palm. Ling Huang was slightly stunned. She did not expect Fong Ping to be able to mix into the palm without being attacked. At this moment, Fong Ping and the rule palm attacked her at the same time. On the other side, Luan also roared. Her figure was so fast that it was impossible to catch, surrounding Ling Huang and attacking wildly. Sherpa did not fall behind. The sound of the spear in the void was ear-piercing. On the ground, those true gods were bleeding from their 7 orifices, and some true gods' flesh even began to crack. Even if they joined forces with the saints to resist, they would not be able to hold on when so many powerhouses exploded. Fong Ping and the others were not interested in caring about them. The rumbling sounds were endless. Ling Huang was really strong. Even if she was suppressed by the rule, at this moment, she was still terrifyingly powerful. Fong Ping's staff swept down. Ling Huang was also angry, suddenly screaming. A sharp whistling sound that was mixed with mental power swept over. Fong Ping's origin world rumbled and began to shake. The installed Tao was showing signs of instability at this moment. Fong Ping's flesh that had just recovered exploded again, but this staff also smashed down at the same time with the rule palm. With a bang, the flesh on Ling Huang's right hand burst open. How dare you hurt me? Ling Huang's face was as cold as frost. Her blood-stained right hand suddenly clenched into a fist and punched toward Fong Ping, also toward the rule palm. This time it was even stronger. Bang! The rule palm exploded. Fong Ping roared and flew up again, breaking through the air. Behind him, the fist followed like a shadow, and a punch landed on the sole of Fong Ping's foot. Bang! This time, the broken right leg was directly shattered. Fong Ping felt the extremely powerful fist force exploding in his body. He also made up his mind, breaking the root of his thigh directly. The broken thigh fell instantly, falling above Ling Huang's head in the blink of an eye, exploding with a bang. Mother asterisk her, one of my legs is broken. There's no chance for negotiation today. Fong Ping also roared. His leg that was almost jade bone was now completely crippled. If he wanted to forge it to this stage again, who knew how much resources he would need to consume? The broken thigh also made Ling Huang slightly sluggish. On the other side, Luan attacked quickly, his speed extremely fast. Ling Huang did not have time to chase after Fong Ping. He waved his fists and fought Luan. In the blink of an eye, Luan flew out again. Both his fists had already exploded. Both his arms exploded from the elbows, and both his forearms were broken. Ling Huang did not feel too good either. On both of his hands, there was only jade bone, but the flesh was gone. Just as Luan was about to succeed, Shi Po's spear stabbed over 1,000 times, and with a puff, it pierced through Ling Huang's collarbone. The ruled palm appeared again. Ling Huang was completely furious. Suddenly, She did not care about Luan and Sherpa. She broke through the air, not even caring about the rule palm. Her eyes were cold, like a knife cutting through Fang Ping. She wanted to kill this bastard Fang Ping. This Fang Ping is in big trouble. Underground. Celestial fate shuddered. Ling Huang, the only female empress, is not a good person. 9 emperors for emperors, 13 top-notch powerhouses, and she is the only female. She is also a ruthless person. Now that Fang Ping has forced her into a corner. This guy is in big trouble. Ling Huang did not have a good personality, although she was shrewd. Even if she had cultivated to the emperor realm, sometimes women were still very emotional. She knew that continuing to fight was not a good thing, but she had to hold back her anger. She would not be happy until she vented it. It was also Fang Ping's first time fighting a top-notch female powerhouse like Ling Huang, so there was some deviation in his judgment. At this time, it was reasonable to say that both sides should sit down and have a good talk since they had fought to this point. But this time there was no. Ling Huang was also angry. Now she had her eyes on Fang Ping, and she had to kill him no matter what. This bastard had ruined her plan. Xue Li said worriedly, "Will King Ren be okay?" Fang Ping was also very strong. The strength he displayed now was also at peak break 7, but Ling Huang's strength was probably at peak break 8. The gap between them was actually very big. One's explosive force was less than 20 million calories. The other was close to 40 million calories. If not for the 2 powerhouses and the rule palm, Fang Ping would definitely lose within 10 moves if he fought Ling Huang one-on-one. There was nowhere to run here. After 100 moves, Ling Huang might kill him. Even if there were people holding him back, if this went on, Fang Ping would be targeted by Ling Huang. Xue Li was worried. Celestial Fate thought for a while before saying, "It's hard to say if this guy is a match, but this guy is also ruthless." As soon as he said that, his expression changed. Full defense, just as Celestial Fate and the others were defending with all their might. Fang Ping was also forced into a corner. At this moment, he had a broken leg, and the other leg broke through the air to escape. Behind him, Ling Huang ignored the others and quickly closed in on him, wanting to kill him. Seeing that Ling Huang was about to catch up, Fang Ping's eyes flashed coldly. The next moment, a strong aura of origin came from his body. "Do you really think I'm out of tricks?" At this moment, he ignited this Dao. Saint-level Dao. Boom! Fang Ping's body seemed to be on fire, and the void was burning. The Dao was instantly ignited by him. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and did not fight back. Instead, he broke into Ling Huang's origin. This time, although he did not look at the data, he could feel countless wealth points flowing away. This was an emperor's origin. He was breaking into the emperor's origin. Even if the other party was a clone, it was actually sharing the origin with the main body. On this side, Fang Ping did not even have time to see what was going on when the spirit emperor let out a shrill roar and also unleashed his origin. It was terrifyingly powerful. With a rumble, Fang Ping, who had just broken in, did not even have time to slash with his saber before he was completely smashed by the spirit emperor. Oofed. Fang Ping spat out blood. His flesh and bones exploded again. At this moment, Fang Ping's eyes were a little disoriented. However, he seemed to have sensed something and said fiercely, "Attack her origin together. This woman has sealed the connection between her and the main body. Break this seal and let her main body deal with her." He had just broken in. Although he did not have time to take a closer look, he seemed to have sensed the existence of a door. This person had actually forcefully sealed the main body senses. No wonder she did not know anything about the outside world. The spirit emperors in the outside world were probably suspecting that their clones had already fallen. Fang Ping discovered this and also roared hysterically, asking Sherpa and the others to attack her origin and break the seal. Fang Ping did not believe that the spirit emperor's main body would let the clone be so powerful. Even if it was allowed to, some of the spirit emperor's clones' plans would be ruined. She still wanted to merge with the main body. Both sides were completely enraged. Fang Ping's injuries were not light at this moment. His bones and flesh had been forged to be extremely strong. After 2 battles, now his bones were damaged by 30%. Moreover, the destruction of the origin also gave Fang Ping a splitting headache. In addition, he had burned his saint-level Dao, and the loss was even more serious. How could Fang Ping accept such a loss? It's over, it's over. Beside him, the cat's face was full of worry. This was not good. It was no longer a matter of fighting for the boss. Fang Ping had provoked the Spirit Emperor to kill him, but the Spirit Emperor had caused Fang Ping to suffer such heavy losses. Based on Fang Ping's character, even if he really fought to the death, he would not let the Spirit Emperor feel good. Both sides had underestimated the other's persistence and ruthlessness. This time he was afraid that they would really fight until one side was annihilated. Under the cats, but Third Cat raised its head and was forcefully pressed down by the cat. Third Cat was also worried and meowed. Big Cat, what should we do? Should we stop the fight? Since it was Third Cat, there was still a second cat, so it would just call this guy Big Cat. It did not want to fight for the boss. Anyway, it could not beat this cat. The cat was also helpless. Stop the fight? It was not weak now, but there was no hope of it being able to stop these people. After thinking about it, the cat said, Third Cat, if I throw you in front of the fake fatty, will she beat you to death? Meow. You go stop the fake fatty, I'll go stop the liar. Based on the current situation, it was difficult for the cat to judge who would win. Either way, it would not be good. At the end of the battle, even if the side that won would definitely suffer heavy losses. Both sides were completely bloodshot, and now they were fighting with their lives on the line. At this time, both of them were probably not in the mood to think about benefits. Third Cat was a little scared. Then will I be beaten to death? The cat said casually, I don't know, why don't we try? As it said that, it jumped down, dragged Third Cat's tail, tried and asked, Did I throw you in? It dragged Third Cat's tail and swung it up and down. Third Cat was so scared that its fat face was about to turn white. Throw it in. It would kill the cat. Now that both sides were fighting like this, the 4 of them tangled together, vitality flowing everywhere. It was just a cat that liked to eat. Would it not be beaten up in an instant? Third Cat, who had been swung around like a flaming wheel, hurriedly said, Big Cat, can you shout? Otherwise the cat will die. Shout? The cat was deep in thought. Soon it meowed and said, Stop fighting. Third Cat said that it can smash all of you to death. None of you are a match for it. As soon as it finished speaking, the cat stood on its hind legs and swung Third Cat a few hundred times. With a roar, it threw them out. Boom! Meow. Third Cat's screams were heard. Big Cat was using too much force. It felt like it was about to explode. The shrill meowing made the 4 people who were fighting in a blood-soaked battle pause. Spirit Emperor frowned. His collarbone was pierced by Shi Pregan. Spirit Emperor's collarbone erupted vitality, shattering Shi Po's spear and breaking his arm. At the same time, his palm, which was only left with the bones of his hand, grabbed Shi Po's ankle, crushing it. As for Fang Ping, a sweep of the staff made the flesh on her leg burst open. She also kicked Fang Ping's armor until it caved in again. Both sides paused for a moment. The roar was heard, and Third Cat's screams were getting closer. It was still screaming, Master, Master, help, don't hit the cat. Third Cat thought it was going to die. Spirit Emperor frowned slightly and snorted coldly. His vitality erupted again, forcing Shi Pa and the others to retreat again. Spirit Emperor's fleshless right hand broke through the air and grabbed Third Cat, who was flying toward her. On the other side, Fang Ping's staff swept up from below. Just as he was about to hit Spirit Emperor, his shoulders sank. The cat jumped up and curled its tail around the staff. Fang Ping frowned slightly and snorted coldly. He did not force himself to attack again. He took a few steps back and looked at Spirit Emperor, who was holding Third Cat, and said coldly, I underestimated you. Spirit Emperor's white clothes were stained with blood. She had fought with 3 people and was attacked by rules, so her injuries were not light. At this moment, however, she was still as cold as ever. Her fleshless hand grabbed the 3 cats by the neck and casually tossed them outside. She said coldly, "I have also underestimated you. However, if I can't live, you can forget about leaving this place." The 2 of them exchanged harsh words, and the cat muttered, "Stop fighting, there's no benefit." "Liar! Even if you kill the fake fatty might destroy the little fish she hid." Spirit Emperor did not comment. In fact, it was true. She had a fiery temper. So how could she let these people take advantage of her? The cat said again, "Fake fatty, if you continue fighting, this big hand will become more and more powerful, and you will die too." The cat became the peacemaker. Fong Ping's face was cold, and he did not say anything. Luan's face was extremely pale at this moment. His flesh had just recovered, and he scolded, "I have to kill this woman, even if I have to suffer. Damn it, I have never suffered such a big loss." Many of his bones were broken, and his flesh had exploded a few times. This time, he had really suffered a big loss. However, both sides had calmed down. If they continued fighting, they would both suffer a big loss. Fong Ping exhaled softly, gritted his teeth, and said, 3,000 little fish as a deposit. I won't take it all. Don't expect to get something for nothing. Pay half, and pay another 3,000 after the deed is done." Spirit Emperor looked at him coldly. Fong Ping said coldly no. He had suffered a big loss today. His injuries would not be enough to recover without 7 or 8 little fish, especially the recovery of his thigh. He would probably need 10 fish. Moreover, his leg was broken, and he was still a 1-legged creature. Fong Ping was also angry from embarrassment. Although Spirit Emperor was also injured, she was not as battered as they were. This made Fong Ping feel extremely unbalanced. Spirit Emperor was still looking at him coldly. She had fought until now, and she also felt the pressure that these people brought to her. However, 3,000 little fish. She had seen those little fish before. One of them was comparable to the vitality of a saint, and 3 was the vitality of a martial artist who had broken through 6 heavenly kings. 10 was probably comparable to a broken 7 heavenly kings. Any more, and it would be even more terrifying. Fong Ping dared to say that he wanted 3,000. 100, pay 30 first, and pay the rest after the deed is done. Kill. When Fong Ping heard this, he raised his long staff and continued fighting. Who were they looking down on? Previously, the cat had used some snacks at Second Cat's place to exchange for a few dozen fish. Now he was beaten up like this, and he still had to help the other party get 100 fish? Did they think he was a beggar? Fong Ping felt that he was being humiliated. The 3 of them would probably have to use up about 20 fish just to heal their injuries. After fighting for a round, the 3 of them could get 10 fish? The cat hooked Fong Ping's staff again, pressed Fong Ping down, and said pitifully, "Don't fight anymore. If you keep fighting, someone will die." Fong Ping panted and said angrily, "Get out of the way, I can't hold it in." "Cat, I gave you face just now and didn't hit her hard. I've already ignited my Tao, and this is the result? If she doesn't die today, then kill me." Spirit Emperor frowned slightly and said coldly, "You ignited your Tao, and now it's almost exhausted you." Before she finished speaking, Fong Ping grabbed Sherpa. Sherpa frowned slightly and did not dodge. The armor on his body turned into origin again, and Fong Ping entered it instantly. In the blink of an eye, Fong Ping came out. His aura had recovered to its peak, and he was even more powerful. He had 2 Saint Daos. The previous one was ignited, and he quickly changed to another one. At this moment, Fong Ping roared, "I have plenty of Daos. If I want to change, I'll change. If I don't exhaust you to death today, I'll change my surname to yours." Fong Ping was unwilling to waste his previous Tao. At this moment, while the burning power was still there, all the burning power instantly merged into the long staff, and the staff slashed at Spirit Emperor. This strike made both Sherpa and Spirit Emperor feel a sense of danger. Boom! Soon, the energy on Spirit Emperor's side dissipated, revealing her figure. The flesh and blood of her arms had completely disappeared. Only 2 jade-colored arm bones were left. Spirit Emperor's eyes were cold as she looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping sneered and said, "Does it feel good? It's just burning Tao. I have plenty of it. This is the Saint Tao. Do you want me to burn a heavenly king Tao for you to taste later?" Spirit Emperor frowned. After a while, she said coldly, "Your source world is similar to the cat's." In the blink of an eye, she analyzed some things. Fang Ping could actually replace his Tao and burn it at will. This was not normal. As for whether Fang Ping had a heavenly king Tao or not, she did not want to guess. This person's physical body had already proven to be a heavenly king. The 3 realms had indeed produced a monster. If the origin Tao could really replace the heavenly king Tao, then it would be a 3-fold increase. In addition to the force, after Fang Ping replaced the heavenly king Tao, he might really be able to reach the level of breaking 8. At this time, Spirit Emperor was not as angry as before. She said coldly, "I'll give you 100 of those fish first. After it's done, I'll give you another 200. Hearing this, the cat heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that they were not fighting anymore. Now it was time to haggle. Both sides had fought to the death and felt the pressure. Otherwise, Fang Ping and Spirit Emperor would not have compromised. The cat did not participate anymore. It jumped aside and jumped onto Third Cat's head again. Third Cat was still in a daze. It was almost killed just now. It was too scary. While in a daze, she heard the cat muttering, "Third Cat, I'll knead you into a small fish. I can knead you into dozens of small fish." Third Cat was scared out of its wits. Big Cat wanted to eat me. P.S. Tonight might be the second night. My head is very dizzy. I want to make up for it.